feet than Yamamoto. There's a fly ball to deep left center field. Headed back there. It is gone. Vlad Jr. gives the Jays the lead. The franchise face putting the team on his back. I tell you, this guy's amazing, and he's ready for everything. I mean, this is the first mistake that Ohtani has made, and he didn't get it back. And he can appreciate that because he does that to every other pitcher when he's at the plate. This breaking ball is up, barrel of the bat, out in front. And I said, if a spinner is in the zone, it's a recipe for a launched home run. All you got to do is backspin it as a hitter and get that barrel to the ball, and the ball just takes off.
What's going on? Size, font, small. We could try this. Medium, big, tall, wide. That might be better for your comments. We'll try it. You might enjoy that better. You can talk about me when I'm not paying attention. You can make fun of me when I'm off on one of my riffs. It's good for that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So you guys thought that I don't always do what I say I'm going to do. Always do what you say you're going to do. That's it, is it? Yeah, it's just about that simple. It is just about that simple. You can overcomplicate your life, but if you always do what you say you're going to do, you're going to get ahead. You're going to get ahead. All right, here's where we are. Railtown shares 14,035,804. And I didn't count slow train or whatever his name was. He said he had 250. I didn't count that. 14,035,000. Railtown. You. Who's better than you? Nobody. To quote Audrey Hepburn, sort of, kind of. Sort of, kind of. All right. I don't know where to start. Let's start with the prices. I got to sign in, of course. I always forget to do that. All right. Let's see what we have. We have a stock that's down, but it was up earlier, so it's kind of flat. But it's not the only stock that's down of my 5 that are currently showing. Railtown is down 2.5 cents. It's clear that the company has done its work for the month. It's time for people to go get ready for Halloween and whatever else. So let's just get out of our head that we're looking for anything. We're not anxious today. We're not anxious tomorrow. Uh, we'll look to Monday, Tuesday next week as our first sort of launching. It's clear that Railtown's finished doing any work out in the open anyway this month. I would imagine behind the scenes, the chefs and the waiters and the dishwashers and the janitors and the receiving clerks are working overtime. But for now, the dining room is closed. So let's just wait until next week before we, put our hopes on something happening. It's pretty clear that, to me anyway, that the company is waiting for something, and my guess is it's that AIP deal being finalized. And as we know, I don't have to belabor it, but you've got two extremely willing parties, happy with each other, ready to move forward, and you bring it to a law firm that grinds it right down to slow motion. It takes 10 or 11 months. That would not be my law firm for very much longer. Of course, I could be misinterpreting what happened. So let's see how it plays out. I don't really want to cut them any slack, but there might be their side of the story. MTEN is down 45 cents. It's at 335. There's an example of a stock in its mid-20s that was going to go. You could have purchased it at 27, and it's 335. I'm sure it's going to be a winner. Wolf is down almost 70 cents at 15.25. Is Yorkville back at action, or is it just profit taking? I don't know. I doubt Yorkville's fighting Google or Yorkville's clients. GDC's up almost 10 cents at $4.19. G-Bucks is up almost a penny at 18 cents, 18.66. Let's look at Railtown in a little more detail. The bid is 40 cents, 0.403. The ask is 0.423. The volume is 102,000. Let's just look at that. Let's just take a look at that. The volume today that we know of, I don't know about dark pools, don't know about history, don't know nothing about biology, but I do know that you're a hot chick. Volume is 102,000, and it opened at 43.5 cents. That's the high. It's been as low as 0.4018. Let's just say during this day, the computers, high speed, they can be back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, or they can do it one trade at a time. They're allowed to break the law. They're allowed to break the law. They can sell stock they don't own because they're good clients. Hey, they're good clients. They're good clients. Of course, we let them break the law. Well, let's just say out of the 102,000, some of these day trading shorts who don't need much capital, they use their sponsors' capital or they borrow it. They don't know anything fundamentally except the stock is trapped while the people up in Canada make sure everyone's feelings are okay before they move forward with anything substantive. So what they do each day, they punish the stock. They don't know anything about the story. All they know is today through 1 o'clock, they could have, as an example, sold 60,000. They could do it in one trade, or they can do it in many trades, and they cooperate and they break the law. No one cares about shorts breaking the law because it is a $1 trillion scheme for a handful of white men. And you can narrow the description further if you wanted to steal from the American taxpayer trillions of dollars without paying taxes. That's all it is. But they don't want you to know about it. They want you to be the victim and feel like you're the victim. So anyway, if it's, let's just say out of the 102, 60,000 shares got sold at an average of 43 cents. And you cover it 41.5 cents. So that's a penny and a half on 60,000 shares. You make $1,000. You make $1,000 for doing nothing. It's better than washing dishes. It's better than painting houses. It's better than digging ditches. It's better than work. So that's what's happening every single day. And they come to stocks where retail's involved. The stock goes up and they suck the blood out of it each day. But it has nothing. It is, the markets are totally corrupted by this. But it has nothing to do with the fundamentals of the story. My premise, my hypothesis is that Railtown may well have done themselves a good service by hiring a law firm out of New York City with a slightly different mix, a slightly different DEI mix. But they didn't. So it takes them 11 months, that law firm. That's my hypothesis. Two parties hot to trot. Two parties that are in love with each other. We want to get married. Come on, Ma. Let me talk to your father. They want to get married. They want to get hitched. They'll sign anything. Well, the law firm takes 11 months because they're really good. You know, I got a partnership. I'm 29 years old. I got a partnership. I'm good at this. I've got experience that's unbelievable. So anyway, that's all we're waiting on. It doesn't change the fundamentals. It doesn't change, in my judgment, the hard work behind the scene. And I think once they get that AIP deal closed, we'll start hearing stuff about the revenue pipeline. I don't know if they'll use the same law firm, and the law firm will say, you know, you can't talk about your revenues. And, you know, before you talk about your revenues, let's make sure the boards of each of these companies have an equal number of men and women, or better yet, more women than men. I wonder what they do up in Canada about minorities. But I guess, you know, when you're better than thou, you don't notice little inconsistencies like that. Anyway, next week it'll start going, I think. So my point is, this trading, this red, it's designed to get you to sell so they can make $1,000. 1,500. It's worth it for them. It's worth it for them. And there's all different varieties. That's the day trading. But they hide it with all their allies in the dark pools and offshore and the attorneys. It's just a big scam. But nobody's going to do anything about it. Nobody's going to do anything about it. And they're not going to stop. They can print $1,000 a day on a dozen companies. That's a hell of a life. So it doesn't reflect anything about the stock. I think your disappointment, my disappointment, should be sort of surprise that a group of attorneys can't. I mean, I could understand if it was, there was animosity between the parties, or it was an unsolicited bid, or, one of the parties just was dragging their feet. But neither party's dragging their feet, and it still takes the attorneys 10 or 11 months. I think they need to go back to law school. Somebody needs to toughen them up. Take the flowers and the candles out of the classroom, and put in pictures of John Houseman, and lawyers that actually expect performance and get something done. Anyway, we're almost through it, so no need for me to belabor that point anymore. I just want you to know that this down a penny, the stock's still above 40 cents. So it's always down a penny. But it's funny, when it's up, they bring it down, they manage it. And they're just sucking $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 a day. That's their strategy. It's illegal as hell. They paid off the cops. They paid off your brokerage firm. Hell, your big funds that you're invested in are probably financing them. It's $1 trillion hole in the bottom of the U.S. capital formation markets. It's $1 trillion hole in the bottom of the taxpayers' wealth. And it mostly goes to a bunch of guys that don't pay taxes. So it's life. Anyway, back to let you know, in case you're tuning in late, we're at 14,035,804 shares of Railtown, Roadhouse, Railtown. It'll be good starting next week. Starting next Tuesday, it'll be good. Like attorneys. All attorneys are good. Down deep. Down deep, all attorneys are good. Stock's not really trading. 119. I guess the Fed's going to do something today. Let's look at what the Fed. I expect a big nothing. But let's see. Oh, Goldman expects 25 bips cut, a 25 basis point cut. Merrill Lynch is saying, Bank of America is saying, the Fed's going to start increasing, well, in other words, buying bonds, buying mortgages. I guess there's going to be earnings from Microsoft, Google, and Meta, I guess, tonight. A bunch of internet services are down. There's nationwide flight delays. AI mania goes parabolic. I don't like that. I don't like AI mania. This is by the Marketeer. I often quote them. Yesterday, tech stocks outperformed other stocks by the widest margin in 6 months. they quoted Goldman Sachs, who was bailed out by you all and me. Bank of America's great derivatives team see further upside as the AI bubble continues to inflate, but recent market fragility underscores the need for optionality in case of deeper equity drawdown along the longer term trend. Railtown's trading at 40 cents. Railtown's trading at a $60 million market cap. Its nearest competitors are trading over $1 billion in market cap and much higher. There's no bubble in Railtown. The shorts are making sure of that. The QQQ call spreads. The AI fever is global. I don't know what this is. SK Hynix is sold out through 2026. SK Hynix. I don't know what that is. That's what happens when you're off the main information stream. So SK Hynix is sold out through 2026 and plans to ramp investment into what it called, quote, extended chip supercycle spurred by the AI boom. That's quoted from Reuters. The stock has more than doubled since early September. The Sky, I guess SK Hynix is a stock. Advantest, a brokerage firm, I guess, raised full year profit outlook 25% on booming AI demand and NVIDIA. Push it, baby. NVIDIA had one of its largest outperformance days relative to the NASDAQ equal weight, said Goldman Sachs. NVIDIA is now worth $5 trillion. If NVIDIA spent 0.5% of its market cap to buy Railtown, Roadhouse, $25 billion, they wouldn't miss it. They wouldn't argue. Now, this is an interesting concept that you guys probably understand. But with these stocks up, it means that the crowd is in, quote unquote, must show upside exposure mode. In other words, these stocks have to show up on their year-end portfolios if they want to keep their clients. So they buy. It doesn't matter what they pay. They add to their position or they establish position. So the easiest way to show that exposure is loading up, buy calls, and then that pushes the premium up. The computers buy the stocks, sell the calls. NVIDIA term structure has gone wild. Note the massive shift in the front end of the curve. Big is not expensive. The big five, this is a general reminder, the marketeer says, the big five are far from exuberant. They're far from, being at exuberant valuation levels right now. They're up, but they're not as high as they've been before, based on PE. What if, the question is, we are still in the early innings of the AI story? Could be. Is this just getting started? Once again, the 1999 squeeze is not our base case. But we got to be aware of it. It'd be painful if this is a similar experience. But Railtown, guys, Railtown is trading at $60 million market cap. The buyers are on strike, maybe because of the AIP, and the shorts are pecking at it every day. And you're sitting on the sidelines saying, I got to be defensive. At 60 million. I could understand that thinking if it were trading at $1.5 billion, $2.5 billion market cap. I can understand, even though I probably wouldn't agree with it, but I can understand, all right, I got to be a little defensive. But at 60 million market cap, the company is trading probably for less than the net cash flow it's going to make in 2026. In all likelihood, Railtown is going to do somewhere in 2026, my guess is somewhere between 100 and 200 million in revenue at an average of 50% profit margin. They're going to bring in 100% net, 100 million cash next year, and the stock's trading at 60 million market cap. It's time to be defensive. I don't know. I would say it's time to back up the truck, fill her up, be aggressive right now. You can always be defensive later on. I feel really badly for the people in Cuba. There's no cameras, and the people in Jamaica, but it's going up into the Bahamas and Bermuda. Amazon Cloud has crashed again. Oh gosh, why does this have to be happening now? 8 new cases of measles have emerged, exposing millions more to the deadly disease. I guess when you bring in 20 million people without screening for health, that's my big bugaboo. You don't even screen for health. At least the people that had to come into Europe had to go to Ellis Island and have a somewhat of a screening. They don't screen, they just fly them in. 33 cases in South Carolina. Measles, mumps, and rubella. Vaccine. So I guess the Fed will come out in 30 minutes. All right, I'll come to your comments, because we got to get started talking about Railtown or something relevant instead of just looking at the news, looking to the news. Ma'am Danny is on course to win the New York City mayor's race. Personally, I'm all for it, not because I agree with him, but just crash into the brick wall, and then everybody will figure it out. It's the wrong way to go, but you're not gonna convince most people until they experience it. So let them experience it. It's good for Miami. Trump has received the highest honor out of South Korea, the Grand Order of the Mugun Hawa. He's got that going for him. There's a bunch of monkeys missing in Mississippi from the primate lab that, thank you, Fauci, set up. So I hope that works out for everyone. All right, let me look at your comments. Did I tell you, by the way, we're at 14,035,000 Railtown? 14 million? Do you know that there's going to be institutions out there that won't be able to buy 14 million shares almost at any price? Do you realize that? Any reasonable price. 14 million shares you guys have accumulated. You're bigger than any institution, I would bet right now, as an owner of Railtown. Good for you. Good on you. You're going to be rewarded. You're going to be rewarded. All right, let's see the comments. Good morning, Julie Kim. Hi, 47 3VR Greens. Giuseppe, buongiorno. Buongiorno a tutti. The same a tutti. That's nice. Thank you. Yeah, what's the point? Okay, Bam-a-Lake. You brought up MMTOP. Good on you. Jack Hamilton, good afternoon. If it's November, December, or next year, no worries here. Bravo, my good man. This position, I'm telling you, there's institutions out there, if they want to own 10% of this company, of course, as far as you're concerned, you can't understand where the hell are they. But if an institution wanted to own 10% of this company, let's say starting in the second week of November, they're not going to be able to buy 5%. 5% would be roughly 10 million shares. They're not going to be able to get it. But you've had the foresight, the courage, the stick-to-itiveness to build a position that's going to be bigger than any institution. And soon you're going to see institutional buying, and you're going to be proud as a peacock. when you see it. Red Pepperoni, hello. Hello, Red Pepper. RT story is still strong. Jack, it hasn't changed. Behind the scenes, I would imagine these guys are working their butts off. And again, it can only be a hypothesis right now. But I think the what do you call it? The backlog. I think the pipeline has to be really strong. I mean, they've gone to at least 4 conferences since over the last year, maybe 5, that are big conferences, hundreds of companies, probably more than hundreds, thousands of participants pitching their product. I think the pipeline's pretty strong. So we're going to start seeing it as soon as these attorneys can finish their work. And they will finish it. They will finish it. It's just, they might have some other things to attend to first. I don't know. Rail Red Pepperoni, Rail Choo-Choo, whatever that is. Engine, Railtown Engine. Fast Eddie, how are you? Marty Party. Good afternoon, William, and I'll keep accumulating. People are accumulating. Look at that. That's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. Giuseppe, aggressive, accumulate, amalgamate. AAA. 7 to 8 hours sleep and ingest enough protein. We need to be Railtown maxing. I agree. There's no better time to buy Railtown. Of course, I've been saying that for a while, so eventually I'll be correct, but I think it is now. They were able to, for lack of a better term, they were able to put out the LOI. It wasn't a letter of intent, but they put out their intent to buy Railtown. They filed it October 6th. The documents say add 25 days to that and it's going to close. That's this Friday, the 31st. I agree the documents could have been written with a little bit more clarity, but that's what you get when you have a committee of attorneys instead of just one hard-charging attorney demanding that it gets done. But the documents are strong, I think. We're going to be very happy that they wrote solid documents on this transaction, in my judgment, when Microsoft or NVIDIA come along with stock to buy the whole company out. So short-term pain for long-term gain. And I know it's not short-term. Let's call it a year's worth of waiting for our gain. And I think the gain's going to be more than worth it. Let me see how the stock's trading. It's down 2 cents, down 0.022, 113,904. Just imagine if 100,000 that is fake shares for sale, and they can cover it. I mean, sometimes they carry it for a day or two, but if they can cover it at a penny and a half, it's $1,500. It's better than changing tires or changing diapers or seeding rows of corn. They must feel like geniuses. They just do it every day. count up their shekels or their lira, count up their dollars, count up their loonies. They love it. But the big boys are in on it. That's why everyone looks the other way. So don't be discouraged by it. It's just essentially we're just waiting for the time when, and I'm going to guess that the attorneys will not do anything Friday because got to get home. So I wouldn't expect a filing Friday at midnight. But could they come in and work on the weekend? What do you think? I doubt it. So I would just guess it'll be Monday or Tuesday, and it might be Tuesday at midnight. But you don't have to wait much longer than that. And then that deal's done. Corey and Marwan can go out and start telling the story, talking to institutional investors, and more importantly, making sure their sales team is closing every single revenue contract. And if they need Corey on the sales call, he'll be available, and Marwan. And they got to show a path to revenue. I mean, an obvious comparison is SoundHound. SoundHound's revenue is projected to be roughly, give or take, 170 million next year, with zero profit, with zero margin. Or very tiny. They might move in to profitability toward the end of the year. Well, if Railtown can get to 150 million to 200 million in visible revenue by January, let's say, 90 days. Anybody can work hard for 90 days. Anybody. And Railtown can do it. Fire those attorneys if they're going to stall. Get a new team in. Or just read them the Riot Act. We're going to close this business. We don't want any delays. And at the end of 90 days, we're going to be able to project 150 million or better in revenue. So by February 1st, is that what it'd be? November, December, January? Yeah, by February 1st, we want to be able to tell our investors we can show 150 million or better in revenue for the next 12 months. And man, you got a stock that's probably $15 billion. Railtown's $8 billion right now. If you let me round it up a bit, it doesn't make any money. It's going to be exciting. It's just the story's not being told, but it's going to be exciting. Giuseppe. By the way, widespread outages reports again for Amazon. If a software issue, we know. Yeah, Railtown could prevent that. Donna says, good afternoon, William and everyone. Hi, Donna. Good afternoon. Donna M says, hi, Jack. I'm in Railtown for the long run. Unless that decision's taken away from you by a buyout. Then you might be in whoever buys them for the long run. But remember, Donna, the backdrop of these markets is basically a 44-year bull market, 43-year bull market, secular bull market that I think largely was driven by baby boomers. And to the extent that baby boomers don't take money out of their accounts and still feel wealthy in their 2 or 3 houses, it'll carry on for a bit longer. But markets go down much more quickly than they go up. I used to describe it in simple terms. It's because people can imagine the market being down because it once was there. It's hard to imagine the Dow right now at 47,824 going to my target of 65,000. It's hard because it hasn't been there before. But if all of a sudden there's a panic and the Dow's headed to 2,000, well, people know it's been there before. They panic and they sell. So we got to be aware. We're not, I don't think we're near that right now. I don't want to punch it up because I don't want to follow it. But GTI, it shows up here that it's trading at 8 cents. It's up 300%. Whoever the market maker is that, loves that. Don't buy GTI. It's a foolish thing. Foolish thing. Let's go back to Railtown. 0.401 to 0.416, 64,129 to 22,500 bid to ask, 113,940 shares volume, and somebody just had to sell 10,000 shares. Just simply had to be out at the bid. Last trade, 10,000 shares, 0.4077. Why don't they sell this morning when it was high? They just have to sell at the bid. Why is that? They want you to sell. Hey, Steve. Hi, Uncle Bill. Let's go RT. Yep. Eric B. I don't like the 804 in the end of the shares, so I just added 196 shares. Yeah, I'm sure if someone audited my number, they'd come up with the that's great. So now we have 14,036,000 of Railtown. Thank you, Eric. Donna claps for you, Eric. Ward says, good afternoon, William and the RT crew. I see Microsoft secured a purchase from OpenAI contract, I guess, of 250 billion. Wow. Of Azure services. Wow, I wonder, that's a huge number. And just imagine if I don't know how to translate that over to Railtown, but 250 billion. I mean, my thoughts go to what if Microsoft bought Railtown and then made AI customers use Conductor? And they got 10% of that number or 5% of that number. Of course, we have to wait till the attorneys ever finish. And then they will. It'll be, look, I don't expect them to complete the transaction or file anything before the deal is effective, which is Friday. After that, they have no choice, and they'll be good at it. It'll be well written, and it'll be filed either at midnight, by midnight Friday, by midnight Sunday, by midnight Monday, or midnight Tuesday. And if you want to just be calm, just plan on it. That we'll know all about it Wednesday morning, and I think things will start being good for Railtown's price after that. Hey, Jack. Hey, Donna. Jack says, Ward Richardson, I would like to know how many contracts have been signed in the last 10 months on top of the AIP merger. We know about 4 of them. because they announced, or 5 with the one they just did with Uniserv. I think it's 5. We know about those. They just couldn't talk about revenue. But yeah, I'd like to know how many. I'd like to know what their margin is. Imagine if their margin is 50%. Be amazing. Be amazing. Jack Hamilton, Mr. William, adding what I can. Good for you. 27. I love it. That's how Donna got to her goal. I love it. I got to write down Eric's. I got to write down Eric's. I can't find it. There it is. 196. Okay. Good job, Jack. Good job. So now what? How are you? Original Plankster is taking advantage. Original Plankster is taking advantage of the slow motion. That's why he's original. Added 2,000. All right. That's great. $59,645. Awesome. Good job, original. Craig Nally, you found it funny and you made fun of me 3 weeks ago when I said rail is dropping too much and I decided to sell it based on today's poop price. Now is it still fun and funny? Look, I think you're short, Craig Nally, and you're a day trader. I don't want anybody in here day trading. I mean, you can. If people want to do it, they can. But I think they do it at their own risk. And you're looking at a chart, and I do think it's a silly way to invest in Railtown. I do. Because, Craig, apparently you're young, and you're at the tail end of a 45-year bull market, and it's this hot money everywhere. And you've come to believe it's normal that you can trade like this. It's not normal. It's been going on for a few years, I'll grant you that. But it's really not. It's just gambling. And if you have time to waste your life sitting in front of a computer for 6, 7, 8 hours a day trading, well, okay. But most people don't want to do that. But yeah, I do think it's, I don't know if I made fun of you, but I think it's a silly trade. You didn't know, Craig, that something could have been announced Monday. It's just luck that it wasn't. And when Railtown starts to move, you get out. I don't know what stupid trade you did. By the way, Craig, the 51 cents that you said, there was no indication on the chart that there was a sale, a trigger there. You just made that up. You made that number up as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, let's say you did sell it at 51 cents and you can buy it back here. You make 10 cents on a small day trade, which you've got a bunch of others. I do think that's a silly way to be involved in Railtown. In the future, when Railtown's, my opinion, $55 on May 5th next year, of course, that's a high projection. That's many months away. There's a lot going, there's a lot of variables. So it's just a projection, not a promise. But when it's there, you'll be able to tell people, oh, yeah, I remember that day. I was so smart. I caught out William. I was able to sell at 51 cents and buy it back at 41 cents. Yeah, I made money. I made money in Railtown, and everybody else is looking at you. You fool. You sold. It's trading at $51 now. You could have 100x on your money in 5 months, 6 months, 7 months. Yeah, I think it's pretty. I think it's a pretty. It's a high risk. Unintelligent way to be involved in Railtown. But if you're just a day trader and it's just one other stock you're pinging, go on about your life. Trade Railtown, trade GDC, trade whatever you want to trade. You're hot at it, do it. I'm sure every trade works and you don't have any losses. So just go after it. But most sane people don't want to spend 6.5 hours a day glued to their computer trading, and most people aren't good at it like you are. So just go do it. And congratulations. You probably with some inside information, knowing that your buddies are shorting it every day, and there's no disclosure required for that, you made money. Good for you, Craig Nelly. But I think most of what you say is just made up. The risk of your strategy and the reason people here should not do it. I don't know how many shares you had. You didn't say that. But there's a trade here. The last trade I see is 10,000 shares at 40.77. Let's say that was you. You sold it at 51 cents. You bought it back at 40.77. There's some cost. So you made 10 cents on 10,000 shares. You made $1,000. It's incredible. You're amazing, Craig. Absolutely amazing how good you are. I think you have the advantage of inside information, knowing that your buddies on the long trading desks and at other shops are shorting it. But that's all right. You made $1,000. But what's the risk? I mean, I think it'll be next week, like Tuesday, Wednesday next week. But the risk is this afternoon, the company announces they closed the deal. Tomorrow they announce they've got I'm making it up. It's just a risk. They've got 40 million in projected revenues, and there's a company that just got funded at $1.25 billion. $1.25 billion. Based on annualized 10 million to 14 million revenue this year. Annualized. They haven't even. That's your risk. If Railtown went suddenly to 1.25 billion in market cap, this stock goes up 20 times. That's the risk, Craig Nelly, and I do find it foolish to day trade it when overnight at some point it could go from 40 cents to $8. And you'll say overnight, oh, it won't do that. Well, maybe it takes a week. But you're so good, you'll start day trading it to the long side. At least that's how you present it to us. Most people aren't as good at trading as you are, Craig. So if you need a place to brag, go tell your mother. She'll be proud of everything you do. I'm not that impressed. Anyway, Donna M. says, good afternoon, Ward. Ward says, this just in, Microsoft down. Oh, in other words, the systems are down. Azure, 365, Xbox, and Minecraft outage. You got to wonder if it's war. You do have to wonder if it's war. You know, Ward, there's another thing I'd like to learn more about with Railtown, because I just assume it, but I'd like to know it, and I don't know it. But how does Railtown what's the lag time for a competitor to create a similar product? What's the barrier to entry? How much money? And then also, one thing I just assume, but I'd like it to be fully fleshed out, is by doing target language models. In other words, they go to, I don't know, they go to Xbox corporate offices, and they do a targeted language model just for Xbox. I assume that prevents competition. It's it's ring fence, so to speak. I'd like to know more about that, because that's a big assumption in my projections. I think it's an accurate assumption, but I'd like to have it clarified. Donna says, yay, Ward. And Ward says, Donna, I said the same thing. Ward, come on, RT. D. Gordon, what is the size of the float of Railtown stock? It's 104 million shares, right? Yeah, that's what's been I was going to say disclosed. That's the wrong word. I can't think of a word. That's what's been reported on Yahoo and on over-the-counter markets, that their float is 104 million. With this press release of the deal and then the documents that the attorneys drew up, it's pretty clear that Railtown's fully diluted share position is just shy of 175 million shares, and the acquisition of AIP is going to cost 50 million shares, so that the total outstanding fully diluted share position after the deal will be something like 222 million. Everything in the deal, the 50 million shares, is tied up stock. I think some of it's going to be free to trade within 6 months. The insiders, the majority, is locked up as much as 36 months. So that isn't part of the flow. And a lot of insiders are in the, call it 175 million shares. A lot of it, that's not in the flow. A lot of restricted shares there. A lot of employee options. A lot of warrants, which I forget, somebody I was talking to said they heard the warrants might be exercised, but I don't have any confirmation of that. That doesn't change the story at all, because that's counted in the fully diluted number of shares anyway. But what it would do, even if the warrants, I showed you the whole list of them. I can try to go find it, but they had a lot of warrants out at 15 cents, 25 cents, maybe 30 cents from previous financings. They were not toxic financings. It's a traditional, clean, plain vanilla financing where you put in money, you get a unit, one share of stock, and maybe half a warrant. I don't know. I can try to look those up. But anyway, all of that exercising, if it occurred, would bring cash into the company. That might bring some stock. I don't know for sure that if those warrants are exercised, if the stock comes back with a legend. I don't know. I would assume it does, but I could be wrong. So anyway, I think the float number is pretty good at 104 million. Of that, reportedly, until I can talk to somebody like Corey and he can kind of confirm it, I think, and there's some data out there you can see in filings. My understanding is somewhere around half of that number, 55 million, is held by insiders and people who could be counted as insiders simply because of the size of their position. They're not selling. Some of that stock's locked up, but they're not in it to sell. So out of the 104, that leaves 50 million to discuss. Of that 50 million, my further understanding is one of the prime movers in the stock, who I understand may be a banker or may have an account or something at Canaccord Genuity. I think there's a core group of investors that built a position in Railtown over the last year and a half, and there's somewhere around 35 million. I mean, I'm getting this information through the rumor mill, so you can, take it with a grain of salt. But broadly, I think it's correct. So you've got 55 million insiders, depending on how you defined it, 35 million with investors who have been accumulating, some wealthy, others maybe not so wealthy, but they have no intention of selling. They're buying it for what they see there as the upside in the stock. So that's 90 million out of the 104. And then I understand there's a group, more than one on the West Coast, whether it's the United States and Canada or just one of them, where just one investor may have accumulated 10 million shares for his grandchildren. I can't confirm it. It's all talk. But that brings us really right up to 104 million shares that I can reasonably be comfortable saying are not going to sell. And then there's we. We have 14 million. That's why they come in here. We're the only ones that could give them any stock. And we're not going to. So, yes, I think the float's 104 million approximately. And I think there's, I don't know, about 115 million, 120 million that's owned by people who do not want to sell. So another way of stating it, I think the float is more than the float is owned by investors who have targets much higher than here, have long range or high price targets or both. They're not going to sell. So I don't think there's any wiggle room in that float for shorts to cover. It's unfortunate for the shorts. But I think the attorneys, unintentionally, I'm sure, have given the shorts plenty of time to make some day trading hits and also to move the shares maybe to Frankfurt or bury them in an account they can walk away from. So that's the strategy of the criminal element, and it works. And I really don't put it past buying an attorney, a young 29-year-old partner. Oh, gosh, I'm so great. Oh, I see what my grandmother is telling me about. Men kept us down. I got here just all on merit. Anyway, take that attorney to dinner and talk about some big account. Well, and oh, by the way, what are you thinking about? Yeah, well, I had a chance to check on the question you had, and I think you should go slow on Railtown. Well, I'm not making any direct um, complicit allegation at all. I'm just saying it doesn't take much to slow down the process while you're trying to move your short positions that your automatic computers got you into when it said MOU in the title. And they've had 9 months now to move those shares and bury them in the European Union where there's no record keeping and Wagner doesn't want any audit. And maybe they put it in an LLC with Alpine or somebody and just burn them. And they keep their good accounts going. And they make all the money back they lost. If one account is difficult. So that's all this trading, I think, T. A lot of this trading is trying to work out some of those positions that their computers automatically set up. Long summary of what I'm saying is if you're suggesting that the size of the float's going to help out the shorts, I think there's probably better avenues of thought than that one. In my judgment, there are no shares that are going to be shaken out of the tree to help the shorts get out of this particular pickle. But that doesn't mean they're cheating and they're moving and they're lying and they're hiding it offshore, all illegal. So I hope there isn't a short squeeze here. I'm perfectly happy if there's no short squeeze here, because that'll keep our investors in the stock as an investment rather than becoming emotional, hot money investors, because that's what the criminals want. As soon as the money's hot, they'll have another stock. The charm boys will come in with something, and boom, and before you know it, everybody's accounts back down. I mean, look what COSM did. Took $35 million out of everybody's pockets. I'm the only one upset about it. Cindy Lou Who comes here, oh, you're blaming a dead man. I'm like, I can't get that logic. She's not upset that the system took all that money. She's upset that somehow I'm pointing out what happened, but somehow that's a terrible thing to say about someone who died. Okay, but it misses the point. The point is the system brought in a loser CEO who had a bunch of contracts. He could never raise any money, but to his credit, he kept his contacts open. He had all these offshore accounts, and he might have played ball with these criminals before. And they say, hey, we've got an idea. There's hot money over here. You talk to this guy, Lou. You tell him that you're working with him, that you aren't going to reverse split the stock. You're going to change the name, and that's going to cause a squeeze. You tell him there's 2,000% short or whatever the story was, and you tell him that, and have the CEO on the phone with him. The CEO tell him, we're going to fight the shorts. And that guy will move all of his clients away from GTII and Finger into COSM. If you do that, we'll raise $35 million for you. That's what happened. They took $35 million from Lou's clients. And no one's upset about it except me. I bet Lou would be upset. I don't think he'd be mad at me for pointing it out because it would piss him off. But anyway, you're blaming a dead man. No, I'm not. Blaming the criminal system. But that's not going to happen here, D. The company doesn't need money. I think this group of investors are not going to be fooled by Roger Rabbit or a storage room full of plump penthouse pets pictures. I don't think that's going to happen here. So there's not going to be an easy way out for the shorts. But thanks for bringing it up. Craig Nelly, yesterday I saw you had two personality and both talking to each other. Is this what this channel been reduced to? You giving acting lessons? I don't know what channel you were watching. Did I show two personalities? If I did, I'm a bad actor, so I don't think anyone would take lessons on acting from me. But thanks for watching, Craig. For a guy that's day trading the stock, you're taking a keen interest. Saw you asking a question to yourself, then answering to yourself, and then scolding yourself. Are you okay? Yeah, I think I'm okay. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no memory. So I hope you enjoyed the show, Craig. D. Gordon, Railtown is based in Burnaby, Canada. It's a good city. All right. I'm glad to hear that it's a good city. D. Gordon, go Railtown, go. Yeah, I hope people make money in Railtown. Thank you for your sentiment. Ward Richardson, it would take years to develop, as it did. It took from white paper to now, apparently took approximately 6 years. It would take years to develop what RT has built, and millions of dollars. And talent. You'd have to find the talent to do it, and a lot of the talent's been bought up by other companies. So I think that's great information, Ward. I do think there's a barrier to entry here that's quite significant. Josh Moore, come on, pump it like GTI. Sounds like the same story. Well, I didn't pump GTI. You have to talk to somebody else on that. I did talk about how if it squeezed, this is how charts could go. And I'm kind of embarrassed by that because I bought into ham. It's basically ham story. Everybody buys into it, that these large short positions have to be covered. But I no longer find that a compelling pitch. I don't see it. Yes, if you organize on the good, let's call it the good guy's side, the long side, if you can get an investment bank, if you can get a trading desk, if you can pay off somebody to turn their computers on with algorithms that affect worldwide buying computers, and then you can get somebody to back you up with a huge pool of money. With no amount of money is big enough for unlimited selling by the criminals, but they keep going at it, and human beings might put up 50 million, 25 million, 100 million, go ahead and trade it, but as the losses mount, they lose their nerve. The computers on the sell side, they just keep They just keep selling. So, but anyway, if you get a surprise, that's good. If you have a group of guys, wealthy guys, one wealthy guy working with a bank, bribing a desk with an algorithm, and then finally you have maybe some charm boys telling the stories, so some retail people buy it that confuse the sell computer, because when a selling computer sees a buying, they recognize each other. Nothing happens. But as the retail pumps it up, there's something to steal. But then the sell computer gets confused, because particularly if you can get the story going as a meme story, maybe it shoots up like HKD, which I think was a Univest stock. Next thing you know, 1 day, 2 days, it's up to the stratosphere. And that can happen. But otherwise, and there'll be buy-ins. But that's buy-ins because of self-preservation, or the stock loan desk or the prime broker saying, hey, we're buying you in. We'll settle up later. But I don't think it happens as a matter of course. And I think you know that, Josh Moore. You're probably too young to remember, so you're just getting the benefit of what your forebears did for you. But under Bill Clinton and for years previously, incrementally, always pushing while people are distracting, always taking another settlement, always taking another house, always moving forward on the broader agenda. Call it the Greater Wall Street agenda. And under Bill Clinton, something that I didn't read about, maybe maybe that's something I'll read to you guys today. I have it. I can show it to you. But a guy named George Webb, I think, is the name. He uses 3 names too, so I might have it wrong. But he makes it very clear under the Clinton administration, Bill Clinton, that is, President, not Secretary of State, President Bill Clinton. They effected a change in the Uniform Commercial Code, Section 8, such that brokerage firms can sell, they still do it. They're allowed to sell to investors, not stock, entitlements, security entitlements. So what investors are buying in their accounts are a percentage representation of a pool of stock, and you just trust the broker that that pool of stock is big enough that your percentage is what you paid for. But when you combine it with Bill Clinton's being fooled, I think, by Secretary Rubin and by the Senators Graham, Leach, and Bliley, Bill Clinton also signed into law that futures and derivatives did not need to be regulated. Rubin's argument was that Wall Street will regulate itself. Well, in that environment, what has happened, and you know all this, Josh, the brokerage firms put, and remember, the agenda, the Greater Wall Street agenda keeps getting pushed every year, getting new things into law, hoping judges don't understand. Congress, you bribe the congressman, you just keep moving it forward. Sometime around 2010, under Obama, Wall Street finally, which you guys loved, converted all ownership of securities to electronic. You can't use type 1 anymore. There's rare exceptions. But everything's electronic. Shares. There are no physical shares. It's all electronic. I mean, there's some physical on the margin if you want to pay for it, but it's all electronic. So that aided in your campaign, criminal campaign, to what a firm like a Goldman Sachs could have a large block of it wouldn't have GTII. Call it Ameritrade. It has a large block of GTII, and it's all in street name under Ameritrade. But it could be, 5 million shares. But in their clients' books, retail, when Ham and others are telling the story, I'm making it up, in Ameritrade, they could have 50 million shares in client accounts, but those are all securities entitlements. And what you've done is you're shorting it to people. You're able to borrow from the stock loan desk, and you either lie or you have attorneys fill out the proper paperwork. And once it's approved, it's automatic. So you can set up your computers just to sell, sell, sell. Well, what's happening with the stock loan desk or at a different desk, they create a derivative. And I don't know how, and I don't know who they sell them to, but they can hedge their risks. You all, in your training from a young age, you're taught never to risk your own money. So this carries through in the greater Wall Street plan, and you're not risking your own money. And so you hedge it. But anyway, it's all a giant scheme to defraud American investors and taxpayers. And no, GTII is a completely different story than Railtown. It might sound the same to you, but you're just showing perfectly what I am trying to teach here. You don't know the fundamentals of any share stock. You don't care. You're either doing it daily, or you're swing trading, or you're part of a campaign to steal the entire market cap of a company. And you don't need to know the fundamentals. You just keep pressing the bet. As long as the buyers run out of money, which they will eventually, and they lose heart, and a new shining object comes along, you can get any stock to drop 5 or 10% in a day, 15% if you're lucky. And that's where you nab money. And you're a good client to your Wall Street market maker. They ask you, are you long? You say, yeah. And it just goes on and on like that. But GTII never had revenue. Never had revenue, Josh. GTII had a business plan where by Reichman, with his integrity and his accounting skills, would absorb a company for shares, and then over a 1 or 2 year period, get that company in a good filing position so it could launch as an IPO or as a public company. And when the company did that, they'd give back or get back, depending on the deal, the majority of the stock. And Reichman, GTII, would retain 5 or 10%, like an incubator. Essentially, GTII was trying to create an incubator for public companies. But he never had any success finding companies. They were all crap. And his name's David Reichman. He ran into Kurt and Seth Kramer. I don't know how he ran into them. Kurt and Seth Kramer have something like 6 to 8 clients who are culturally aligned with Kurt and Seth Kramer. They're very wealthy. They put up the money. And so Kurt is a guy who moved his license to 4 different brokerage firms in approximately 18 months, something like that. You can look it up if you care. And so somewhere along the line, someone trained him. My guess is it's a Stevie Cohen type guy or a Stevie Cohen type fund said, here, these are the documents. You can, if you can get a CEO to sign that document, are these 4 funds, or in your case, if you want to do it in-house, you've got a group of guys, they put up the money, but they do it in tranches. So this is how it works, and they explained it to him. So his job was to bird dog the companies, get them to sign this toxic convertible note. And in the case of GTII, he signed the initial money he took was something like 4,000 face note with the Kramers, and the Kramers took $6,000 for expenses. They issued it as a discount to par, and they put an interest rate on it. So I think Reichman ended up with 53 grand. But then the Kramers and their clients just started, and you know how to do this, they just started selling stock every single day. And so the stock sold off over time. But before that, and I'm just talking a few months, but before that, somehow Ham got involved. And I'm not accusing Ham of anything, but once Ham got involved, the stock went from 10 cents to $4.40. Well, that gave a lot of room for Kramer's clients to just sell more stock. And so when the tranches came up, the first tranche, the first 53,000, was given out of money that Kramer's clients started signing and selling probably in October of that year that they signed the note. Well, anyway, what Reichman did with the advice of someone that Ham knew is to buy that note back. And I think that surprised the Kramers. And then the company, GTII, for the next 2 years, tried every single idea that Ham had developed at this law firm that he paid for when he had a company that was attacked by shorts. And they did everything. They bought Picassos and tried to distribute a Picasso, shares of the Picasso. They bought 2 of them. They bought NFTs trying to do that. An investor on behalf of GTII bought millions of dollars worth of that crypto coin named after a Japanese dog. But then FINRA wouldn't allow that to trade. They talked to that firm that was doing blockchain. And in fact, that was the argument that COSM said, we'll get listed there. They never did. Another misrepresentation. I can't remember the name of that firm. But Ham gave that name to the guys that gave that. That's how COSM learned about it, as far as my memory is concerned. But anyway, every single gimmick they used, and they are gimmicks, failed to work. There was one that worked. GTII issued a special dividend as a warrant. And as the stock went up, that really caught out the shorts. And the stock was squeezing, in my opinion. But Josh, you may not have been involved. That's when the CEO from COSM came in with false promises and assurances. Now, I didn't ever hear him make those, but his spokespeople did. And they took 35 million out of the market of the collective push upward in GTII, and then GTII collapsed. That summer, indirectly, I was asked if I'd be willing to be CEO of GTII, and I said sure. I thought about it maybe for a brief bit, but I said sure, I'll do it. And instead, they went with this receiver guy. But anyway, that was around July and August of that year. And I started hearing a little bit, not in a bad way, but I started hearing Reichman's back, taking control, this and that. I met with the Trento guys uh, 3 times, I think. Um, and I started, Josh, I should have been more explicit, but I started suggesting to investors, in fact, that they take tax losses in GTII. I thought, because I normally work with I normally work with high net worth investors, accredited investors. I thought my message was coming across, and I think some people got it, but a lot of people, I guess, apparently didn't. But Josh, I didn't pump JTII. Never did. Never did. In fact, I was a warning voice as the stock collapsed. Not initially. I was still caught up in the idea that the squeezes work as Ham described, but I think Ham has faulty reasoning. Just like the other people who left Wall Street before your greater Wall Street strategy took form, they don't realize how the systems have completely been destroyed by attorneys and regulators and lobbyists. And Wall Street's nothing like Ham remembers when he stood at a trading desk and order flow came to the trading desk. Wall Street's nothing like that. Most of the trades now are computer generated, and there's no compliance. There's no research down in these levels. So it's just not the same anymore. And but that applies to me too. But I've adapted my outlook. And so frankly, Josh, I wasn't pumping GTII. GTI was always a piece of shit company with a short squeeze story, trying a bunch of gimmicks. And I think it almost worked. But you on Wall Street fought back and you had a strategy, and you're always going to have a strategy. Everybody's on your side. They don't want the trillions of dollars to end. So anyway, it's completely different. Railtown, Josh, just for your knowledge, not that you care, but Railtown was founded by 2 guys who met 6 years ago after they sold companies they worked for, and one guy was the head of. They sold the companies, and they were always in software development for 2 or 3 decades. They're also in finance. And they met, I think they were skiing or it was a cocktail party or something. And one of them said to the other, I have this idea. The other said, hey, I'm in. And essentially, the idea boils down to, do you remember when we were building software and the whole team had to come to a halt when we would get this flashing red light that the software system was going to crash, that the entire network could go down? So it was all hands on deck. What if we came up with a solution to fix those kind of shutdowns, to fix security breaches, to find problems in software before it got to the critical stage, to address the legacy debt in most companies' software because they haven't put money into upgrading it, and to write code to improve software. What if we did that with this new thing that's coming called an AI agent? Oh, I love it. But aren't we a little soon for that? Yeah, we're soon. But let's be soon. Let's be early. Let's get started now before anybody else. Let's beat the competition. Let's be early. So that's what they did. They started with their own money. They got to work. They solved a real problem for computer software in the world's largest industry, computer software. Just so you know, Josh, your buddies couldn't dream of the size of this market, although the market you address, you steal at collectively, you steal trillions of dollars out of the markets a year. But I don't think you're one of those bigger funds. So Railtown is going after $300 billion annual spend by corporations to do what I just said, to close security breaches, to fix bugs, locate and fix bugs before they happen, to address the legacy software deficit, which is huge. In other words, bring computers current in their software and write new code, all with a self-learning AI platform. And their model isn't the large language model. It's they call it a targeted language model. It's a vertical market segment. They go into each company, and the data proprietary process from GitHub to whatever they're all called, Java. They can use data in English, maybe in Japanese in Tokyo. And that's this agentic agent that they created. They've called it Conductor. They also created 3 others, Langtrax, Railtrax, and Shredder. They have also created a thing that's called I don't know, it's like a screen. They announced that. I assume it's hardware, not software, but maybe it is software that makes all hardware perform. But the point is, it allows developers to put everything on the same screen so they all know what they're looking at. And the company, Josh, or their years interested, they said partners program GitHub. I haven't heard this from Corey, but I can imagine that Corey's discussion also was something like, Are you guys doing this? And obviously, if he, because they went ahead with it. And so it's pretty exciting. Railtown addresses a real need across the largest industry in the world, an industry that all companies have to upgrade their software. Almost all companies, because they've, like highways or bridges in the United States, they've less than 100 of region as used, but in America, and you just assume a 3% penetration by the company that's first to market with the best-in-class, battle-tested product, which has gone through a large beta testing group. And I think, by my listening to the presentations, if this applies to self-learning AI agents, they're on their beta 3 or beta 4. And according to Corey, they worked the beta group so hard that they now have a product that is 100% successful. 100% successful in locating bugs. All right, I guess my service provider is down too. So the Wi-Fi isn't working. But if you take 1/3% penetration for Railtown, that's a 900 million in revenue. So if you take 10% of that, they could 90 million in revenue. If Railtown gets 1/3% of penetration in the market, 90 million in revenue. Josh, the multiples for that kind of revenue in the AI space right now, the last funding was 125 times the revenue, 125 times. Let's just use that. We can always discount it in a second. That's an $11,250,000,000 company. If you take the shares outstanding, because AIP is a separate issue, they're not going to, you don't have to issue new shares to get this part of it done. So you just take the number of shares currently outstanding at roughly 225 million. That's $50 a share, Josh. $50 a share. Now, I know you've moved your shorts. I know you've moved it to LLCs that you can abandon, and you've moved it out of your best trading accounts. But if you're still short this stock, that's what's coming at you, $50 a share. So I know you'll be okay, because even if one stock goes against you, you've got hundreds, if not thousands, to make money on with your purloining, your pickpocket purloining of the American public. So it's totally different than GTII, Josh. And I am standing fully behind what I would suggest should be a concentrated position in Railtown. And your kind of silly commentary that comes, what you say in all the chat rooms, it really doesn't apply here. So good luck, Josh. Good luck. Hit and run before they steal your money. Hit and run before they steal your money. Do not hold. Also, the criminals always win. I learned by losing 25K in GTII thanks to William. Well, no, you thank Ham for that. That wasn't me. So, I mean, there's no question Ham came on my channel pushing that story behind GTII. But Josh, you're a professional trader. You didn't lose 25 grand in GTII. But if you did, I would suggest just buy 1,000 shares. Just 1,000 shares of Railtown. Cost you 500 bucks, 450 bucks. When the stock hits $25, sell it. You get all your money back. Get it all back. My solution to that loss, and I lost money in GTII, is buy Railtown. That's my proactive way for people who have been victimized by you and your ilk to recover their losses. They're not going to recover it in the latest hot stock that you all are going to destroy, because you need retail to pick their pockets. You can't pick the pockets of each other. You can't pick the pockets of computers. You need retail to put up money. I hope most people listening to me, when this works, never come back here. So, and you're welcome to it. You can be down in the in the Bowery picking drunks' pockets and stumbling home girls of the night's purses. We don't want to be associated with you anymore, Josh Moore. Bury them in your account so you can short your shares and keep selling it until you have nothing left. Alpine, same as GTII and Finger. It's not. Finger has a little bit better story, but it also was squeezing before your crew came up with a solution, the same one, COSM. So people who were in GTII for a short squeeze, which was the only reason they were in it, probably you if you actually owned it, there was no fundamental story at GTI, zero fundamental story. I think it was squeezing, but they got cheated out of it because you all have ways of fighting back. And Finger, it's the same thing. Most people bought Finger for a short squeeze story. But Finger has a fundamental story. But just in 2 sentences, if I can get it to 2 sentences, Finger makes $35 million in revenue every year for the last 3 years. And according to somebody I spoke with yesterday, their burn rate's $1 million a month. Railtown, if Railtown did $35 million in revenue projected forward by the end of the year, at 125x, and you can argue, we'll cut it in half, but at 125x divided by 225 million shares, they don't have to issue any shares to get that revenue. That's a $19 stock, $19.50 stock. If you want to put it at 75x, it's a $10 stock. But it could be 200x on that number because of the growth trajectory. If they did the same revenue Finger does. Finger's probably, Josh, worth 1 to 2 times revenue at the most. And currently it trades a bit over 3 times revenue. It's overpriced. And why is it overpriced? The same old story, short squeeze. It's not going to happen. And secondly, it does justify a bit of an overpricing for its sapientus, which is its big data. And it does maybe deserve a little bit of an overpricing for its command and control contract. It deserves Zip for its lifestyle app. And yeah, that's about it. That's about it. I think because it's in China revenue, I think because there's money wants to be in the AI space, I don't think Finger should trade any higher than 1.5 times revenue, maybe 2 times revenue. So I think the stock is a $1 to $125 stock, and we'll find out. Now, in the long run, Finger could have a good story, but there's no short squeeze there. And so anyway, Josh, I'm going to move on because I think you're more intelligent than your questions. Railtown is a Canadian stock which happens to trade on the over-the-counter market. It does not need money from your criminal cohorts. It's a completely different stock. Ward Richardson, I doubt any software company would be able to develop what Railtown has accomplished, especially with the amount of patents on their products. Yeah, they do have patents. I'm not a big fan of patents as an investment thesis. I mean, as an operational thesis, fine, but as a thesis for investing, patents are only as good as how much money you have to defend them. And mostly if you don't have money, the lawyers get all the money. Also, in a patent, you have to give away your secret. So I don't, when I list reasons to own the stock, I never list patents. It's more of a, a briar patch than anything else. But I do agree with you, Ward, that I don't think anybody can do what Railtown has done, particularly whilst there is this um, arms race, it's called, but this race to acquire companies who are first movers and to claim the beach before somebody else does, and to keep, for Facebook to keep up with Microsoft, to keep up with Elon Musk, there isn't enough time to start from scratch. So the big companies are buying talent and first movers, and that's what Railtown is. Deborah P. Hey, William, are you updated on the Anna Traits bombshell whistle reports on FINRA? Are you still live streaming with him? No, I haven't spoken to Donna in a while. She's terrific. Deborah, if there are bombshell reports, and if someone's breaking with Wall Street, that is the avenue that MMTLP could punish Wall Street. Fraud. Because if I kind of know the broad brush of what you're referring to, if they can prove fraud at FINRA, the whole thing's coming down. But the attorneys will take 60%. The investors who put up money to finance the legal work might take another 10 or 15%. The judge might get 5%. I don't know that it's going to trickle down to a huge amount of money coming to shareholders. My guess would be the best would be getting your money back with a premium. Would you get that back net of legal fees? Maybe, if it's enough fraud. But I don't expect big 200, 300 a share payouts. Because if it's that big, it'll be in the news. And the only reason Wall Street would bribe us to sign releases at, pick a number, $150, $200, is to keep it out of the news. But if something like that happens, it's gonna reverberate around Wall Street. So I think it's great, and I really commend Donna. Anna's, of all the people I met going around Congress, she was focused on getting something done each day, each hour. She was actually focused on accomplishing something. And she had her list. She went to each. I went on many of the meetings with her. She worked her butt off. And then she's spearheaded this effort. I have nothing but praise and admiration for what Anna has done. Am I still live streaming with him? About, I don't know now, probably in June, end of May, June. Ham made a decision on his own that he didn't want to speak. He didn't want to be on these calls. He didn't want to speak with me. He went to Florida to meet FBI agents, and he called me, I guess, before he got on the flight. I called him back. It rang through, and his message services and always set up to receive messages. I assume he was on the flight. He called me back when he landed. I didn't pick up. I was on another call. I called him back. I couldn't get through. That went on all weekend, about 3 times, 4 times. And then he called me Sunday afternoon and said, boy, you're hard to get a hold of. I said, yeah, you are too. You're down in Florida meeting everybody. You're on planes. He said, why don't we go live later? I'll call you. And he never did. And then he started going live with Christian Shaughnessy, who's terrific, and with a guy named Giannis. And I heard back from early on from somebody that on his conference call, Ham announced to everybody that he no longer talks to William. So that was Ham's decision. And I've got to respect his decision. For some reason, he made a choice not only not to come on here, to not speak with me. It's all on him, and you can talk to him. Early on, I think I would have been willing to let bygones be bygones, but now it's gone on so long, you know. I don't like being treated that way. So that's just life. But anyway, Deborah, that's what happened. No, he does not come on anymore. It wasn't my choice. I'm glad to hear that Honest made progress. And that's fantastic. It really is. PS 71. Hello. Innocent. Good afternoon, William, and all. Transfer some money that should hopefully settle by Friday or before Friday. Then I'll get more. I think you may have time because I don't think these attorneys are going to put out anything before midnight Friday. And I don't think they work late, you know, not when you're that important and that skilled. You can wait till Monday morning or Tuesday morning or whatever. I wanted to look at the price of the stock. It's down 2.5 cents at 0.4031 on the bid, 0.429 on the ask. 100 shares. Somebody simply innocent. Somebody simply just had to sell 100 shares at the bid. Don't you see it's all fraud? It's all fraud. That guy that comes on, whatever his name was, he's just trying to get people to sell. They're in the middle of one trade, whether it's broken up in many parts, and they're colluding, they're breaking the law. But I emphasize, Chuck Crawwell doesn't care about the shorts breaking the law because that's how he gets his salary. And he wants to get on the board of Goldman Sachs when he retires because he's done such a great job. 100 shares is pricing the stock almost at its low for the day. 100 shares, $40 worth of stock. Guys, you got to look past this. This is a chance to buy the stock. And the guys coming on here show you they're in the middle of a trade. If it's a day trade, there's 125,000 shares today. Just call it 100,000 shares. You can adjust it for what you think is reasonable. If they got an average of 43 cents in their sales, and they can buy it back at an average of 41 cents, that's 2 cents on 100,000 shares. It's $2,000. And this guy comes in, makes fun of me. He's picking your pocket, flying football. And Chucky Cromwell Cheese couldn't give a flying pizza. They're worthless, but they make 500. The chick, She makes $2.5 million a month. Adina Friedman. And her concern is making sure, we need boards that feel right. And we should have women on all boards on the NASDAQ. That's what's important. How did white women jump to the front of victimhood in America? Anyway, let's get off of that subject. So innocent, these guys with 100 shares are trying to book $2,000 profit today. If they're day traders, if they're swing traders, they have a little different horizon. But their goal isn't your goal. Their goal is a short-term pressing their bet. So they don't have to know the fundamentals of the story. They don't even have to know anything except retail's buying, and retail runs out of money. By the way, whales run out of money too. So the whole strategy is bribe the Congress, bribe the lobbyists, bribe the attorneys, bribe the SEC, bribe FINRA, and just keep selling, just keep selling, just keep selling, just keep selling, just keep selling. And it always works. Always works. Not this time, though. It's not going to work. And it gives you an opportunity. Maybe it works each day. And maybe the time that they've gotten will get them to be able to move their shares. Because remember, Ann Wagner, the only area in your life she wants to keep private, everything else. You drive down the highway, a camera sees you. You go to an airport, a camera sees you. You spend your Apple Pay, they know what you paid. You walk around with your phone, they can locate you. You use your phone, you say Allah, Allahu Akbar, they've zeroed in on you. I mean, the whole thing is you have no privacy, except Ann Wagner wants to protect your privacy in your trading, so she is against a consolidated audited trail. That's so transparent, you have to laugh. So they got 100 shares off at 40 cents to try to do a day trade with money they don't have, with shares they don't have. Best business in the world. It's better than being, having to iron shirts for a living. It's better than almost anything. Anyway, I'm innocent. I think it would, well, you'll have a chance. If I would have known, I would have done a wire transfer, but all good. Yeah, I know. I don't have any money to buy anymore. I'm unfortunately not a big shot anymore. PS 71 regarding Railtown a couple of months ago. Didn't you talk to the IR guy? Yeah, I talked to a guy there. I am not sure. Let me put it this way. He talked to me in the capacity of being an IR guy. I'm not sure if he's actually hired by the company. There's a woman there, Rebecca Kurzweil, who's the IR person. And I've never spoken to her. I spoke to a gentleman. But yes, I did. And he was calling me I didn't know his number, so he didn't call me back. It may be that look, the company found out about my effort efforts, and they offered to send me, got it, telling that it was some sort of trick so that I was nervous, but I did, and right around that time he called me, but I've never gotten the hat. I'd have to disclose it if I did. But yeah, let's see what your question is. What did they say about the delay legal? Are you sure the delay is legal and not something else? Like I guess it means what delay are you talking about? Or not you personally. What delay is one talking about? I think the delay in finalizing the AIP acquisition is definitely legal. Is it legal because they're following procedure in Canada? Maybe. Maybe it's just the procedure as they see it. But I think they could have gotten everything done more quickly. Maybe I'm wrong. I really don't see why cooperating parties would take 11 months to conclude something unless the delay is at the legal department. But you bring up a good point. It could be the regulators, or it's just procedure. For example, AIP is a private company, and we saw some conditions to be bought out. And maybe they had to work through those. I think when you see that they've offered 50 million shares, but the last 10 million has this clawback, I think there may have been a negotiation that went on, because that, to me, that's got all the fingerprints of the result of a compromise. And it might be that Railtown offered 15% and AIP wanted 50%. And they came down to this number because if you think about it, there's no way in hell Railtown could give 50% of itself to AIP before they roll up any companies. Because then Railtown will end up, after they roll up companies, as a minority position in its own self, as they say in the South. So if there were a negotiation, once that got across, I think, I'm just guessing, but I think Railtown came up with a firm number of, we'll give you 17.5% of the company. And then we're going to, and this is also my idea. I haven't talked to anybody, but that gives them room up to 50% of the company to roll up all these other revenues. But I don't think, if my assessment is correct, I don't think AIP liked that. So they built in this cockamamie extra 10 million shares to bring it up to approximately 22.5%. I forget the exact percentage. And it has, an almost silly clawback requirement. They're going to issue the 50 million. So it was a save face thing. I'm sure it was reluctantly given. Instead of, I'm not sure he wanted to give 40 million shares. I don't know this, but he ended up having to give 50 million. And I think it's a good deal, by the way. I don't think it's bad. You got to get it done. So maybe negotiations delayed it, but I don't see how that negotiation would take much more than a week. I mean, normally if you hurt a guy's feelings and he won't call you back, you get your wife to call his wife and he'll calm down and call you back. guys work it out usually. I don't. So yes, PS71. I think the delay, as far as the acquisition of AIP is concerned, is legal. It might be partly regulatory, but I think it's all legal, completely legal. There may be procedure there that you have to tack on after the announcement. You have to go in a private company, fulfill the shareholder vote, which could be, someone told me, instead of percentage of shares, it could be in Canada, they Googled it or something. It could be that it's the percentage of actual shareholders, regardless of number of shares. Anyway, I think all of that could have been accomplished back in the summer. So yes, I think the delay in AIP is legal / regulatory / procedural. Now the question would be, what's the delay in talking about revenue? What's that delay about? Well, I don't know the answer for sure. I can't use the term that I use with my compatriots because somebody Googled it and it doesn't apply and I couldn't find it. But since February 11th until October 31st at the end of the day, 5 p.m., the company can't talk about anything. They can't pitch. Insiders can't buy, as best I understand it. That October 6th announcement didn't change that because the deal isn't concluded. So I can see a scenario, PS71, where company insiders at Railtown, company insiders at AIP, companies insiders at some large swath of 180 network companies can't do anything until after the AIP deal is fully disclosed as being completed. I could be wrong on that, but it's just the only logical thing I can think of. Then large investors who can be deemed insiders by knowledge or size of their ownership, they may, because I've had to do this in my many deals that I've raised money for. The company may have said, you've got to sign a non-disclosure. We'll give you the presentation, but you can't talk to anybody. And you cannot buy shares in the open market or get anybody to buy shares in the open market. So some people may have signed a document pending the closing of that acquisition of AIP by Railtown, a period that started February 11th and ends at 5 p.m., I assume Vancouver time, on October 31st, whatever we can call that period. I bet if people sign some sort of non-disclosure whole standstill agreement, I bet it doesn't expire until the deal has been filed on that subset of, large investors who can be considered insiders. Did any other people sign something like that? I don't know. Canaccord probably has it on their restricted list until that deal is done. So yes, I think it all comes back to the attorneys taking their sweet time. Did they do it because there was no alternative? I have no idea. Did they do it because business is so big they got involved in something else on behalf of Railtown? Maybe. But how many days does it take to write up a 102-page agreement? Particularly if the body of the agreement's already in your computer as an outline. I don't. Yes, I think legal is the delay. That's what I think is the delay. So then another question would be, well, even with that delay, can't the company make an announcement about revenue? Well, you would think so. They made at least 5 announcements about tie-ups over the last 2 or 3 months. And they made some announcements about attending conferences. They made an announcement about commercializing Lang tracks and rail tracks. And they made a couple of product announcements as well. So they can make announcements, I think. But you'll notice none of the announcements included any kind of discussion of revenue. So could they make some announcements this week or last week prior to the closing of the AIP deal? I mean, it seems pretty obvious to me the answer is no, because they haven't. But maybe it's a matter of choice. None of the 4, 5, 6, 7 other announcements did jack sprat to the price of the stock. So maybe they just want to, since they're so close. I don't think they could do it previously, but in my experience, and I don't have endless experience, but a company is not allowed to hold news to maybe improve its impact on the stock. You're not allowed to do that. Longs can't do any of these things. But attorneys can find a reason. We're reviewing the document, or we need a sign off on the document, something. They can find a reason to delay it a week or so, and that's probably okay. So if you were looking at it right now as a company, or last week, and you had 1 or 2 revenue deals that you could announce without discussing the revenue, or, and I'm not positive on this PS 71, or you could wait until after the acquisition is a fait accompli. It'll be done. It'll be finalized. Signatures, paperwork, stock exchanged, Friday by 5 o'clock. I think Vancouver time. It'll be over with. So maybe you wait until after that, because this is the part I don't know, because then maybe you can put revenue projections, or certainly you can get on the phone with investors, institutional investors, maybe after that tie-up, whatever it's called, after that acquisition is completed, and you can talk about revenue. That's what I think's happening. I think everything's on hold for the AIP. And you hear it in my frustration. I think these attorneys potentially slowed down everything. And maybe it's procedural now, but I personally would never hire those attorneys myself. On the other hand, I don't know the whole story. It could be that the principals at Railtown got so busy, they said, hold off. Or maybe they were in the middle of the negotiation with AIP and they said, we're not going to Budapest. We're going to think about it. I don't know. It may not not be the attorney's fault. But I'm not impressed with two groups of principals keen on merging and working together. I'm not impressed with a law firm taking 11 months. They probably agreed to do this in December. They met in November, probably agreed over the holidays, talked to their attorneys. I'm not impressed at all. So yes, I blame it on the attorneys. What something else could you be referring to? That they're not going to do the deal? I see no indication of that. But even if AIP did not join Railtown, Rail by itself. So I don't think that's the something else. What else could it be? They're going to change their name, change the QSIP number, and agree not to do a reverse split. And the CEO is going to talk to shareholders or something. I mean, I don't think it's anything like. There's no manipulation going on. Their product is found to not work or something. I don't think it's that. They've done a lot. It's battle tested, and they've done a lot of beta testing. What else could be the something else? I can't think of anything that would delay this, other than what I've already said. The transaction is not completed, and it's possible that legal documents or just agreements or regulators said nobody's off the hook until this transaction is completed and the information is widely dispersed. Remember, they put in the press release that there's no guarantee, no assurance, attorneys put it in there, that this deal can close. Well, if I were a regulator, I'd say, well, you put in there that there's no assurance it's going to close, so people don't know whether or not it is going to close. So we're going to say no trading if you're an insider until after the bloody deal is completed. That's my best explanation. But could I be wrong? Sure, I could be wrong. Nobody's told me that. Nobody's told me that. I could be wrong. I just can't think what else it would be, PS 71. I have no idea what else it could be. Why isn't the company announcing revenues? I think they can't talk about revenues. But why aren't they announcing the deals? Well, if you're going to announce a bunch of deals that don't have revenues in them, it's kind of waste of bullets. So bottom line, PS 71, I don't know what's going through the mind of anybody, but I'm sure on the legal side, everybody's feelings are being addressed. D says, thank you. You're welcome, D. Or am I assuming it's the attorneys? I'm assuming it's the attorneys. But now, PS 71, I don't think it's the attorneys now. I think one of the documents said, and it's called the PVS agreement, the voluntary purchase, the VPA or the V. Anyway, it's in. I could never find that agreement. I was unable to find it. It wasn't filed. So the process going on right now, PS 71, is they You saw it. I showed it to you, the 4 pages. I'll try to find it again. They're sending the 102-page document, probably by overnight, to every single shareholder at AIP. And they're including a 4-page assent agreement to all those shareholders. Everybody has to sign it up to the majority, whether it's 51%, 2/3, or 3/4, I don't know. But whatever the number is, they have to get that many shareholders to assent. I believe it's a matter of process, because no shareholder is going to object to this deal. It gives them liquidity, and it gives them tremendous upside, although they might not recognize it. But if AIP, if you're the CEO of AIP and you're talking to a shareholder, you're going to explain the logic problem, the Brent Sun problem. I mean, I don't think they know about logic, but Brent published that he was going to roll up 7 or 8 companies at $1 billion valuation, but his stock had no value. So he had no salesmanship either, apparently. But after one company rolled up, the shorts finished him off. And that's what would happen to AIP if they went forward with a roll-up program without Railtown, in my judgment. It's possible their salesmanship is better, because if Brent had gotten 8 companies to come in at the same time, and I sent emails, I made phone calls describing this, but I wasn't a very good salesman myself. But I think John Ruffalo and Mike Norbrega and Dr. Tom Core could get that done. Guys, if we buy just one company, this isn't going to work. So let's talk to the top dozen companies as a group, and let's get them to buy into our strategy. I think they could do it, but it's not obvious they could do it. It's so much easier if they merge with Railtown, and Railtown gets to $7 a share, then they roll up these companies. It's so much easier. So I think if there's anybody that's hesitant after a phone call with Dr. Core, they're going to say, sure, all right, I'll sign it. But in the documents, and I don't know if that was written by these, because it's the other 2 attorneys, or if it was done with the private deal, the private equity deal, however they raised money originally. It says in there they need that this voluntary acquisition, it's in the VMA. Anyway, this agreement I think it's between Railtown and AIP, but I might be wrong on that. I'll look it up maybe before we ring off. It's 4 different documents. I'll just have to go through. But anyway, PS 71, it says that they're going to get 100% unanimous approval to be acquired. That's why I think there's a procedure here that's going to take all the way until Friday. It says in there, look, they started the vote getting after the Wednesday. What day was that? October 8th? They started the vote before Canadian Thanksgiving. So you had a whole holiday period. So That wasn't last week. That was the middle of last week. They started the voting process. And I'm sure they've gotten to the majority. I don't see how they missed that. But in the document, it says they need unanimous assent. Now, I don't know if that is, well, if you get to the majority, then under this agreement, or Dr. Tom Core can call a meeting that's a quorum, and they can just say, okay, it's agreed that it's unanimous. Or if they have to get 100% assent, I don't know. But that's why I think that's procedural. That's why I think it's going until Friday, till the full end of the time. But if you read the document, it's going to happen on Friday. The 4 documents, the press release, there's 5 documents, the press release, the filing to the Canadian SEC, the 4-page agreement, the 102-page description. I guess that's 4 documents. They all say something different. Do you blame that on the attorneys? I don't know. But they're not congruent. They don't fatally contradict each other. But it's hard to nail down what the procedure is. So I believe when I read that they need unanimous consent, that's why it's taking so long. Is that the attorney's fault now? No, it's just procedure now. Do I think the attorneys are going to stay late Friday night if it's 5 p.m. Vancouver time, so they can review the vote and write up a press release maybe, but certainly write up a filing? Do I believe that group of attorneys is going to stay late on Friday night? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. You're not talking a young guy trying to prove himself and make partner. At least one of these have already made partner. No. I don't think they're staying Friday. So that's why I think it'll be Sunday night, maybe. I don't think they'll come in on the weekend and work either. I think it'll be Monday or Tuesday that we'll hear about that finalization. Do you blame that last 2 or 3 days on the attorneys? I don't know. That's how they do their work. Anyway, I don't know if I've overly explained that too much, but the documents, which I read out, I have copies of them here. I read them out. It says unanimous on one of them. Anyway, that's why I think it's going to take all the way until the Friday 5 o'clock deadline. I do think the transaction will occur. And I do think Corey and Dr. Tom Core will be immediately responsive, signing any documents that are necessary. I have some question whether the attorneys will work late hours or over the weekend. But I think the required filing with the regulators will be made by the end of the day, which could be midnight on Monday or on Tuesday. And then we're off to the races. And I don't know how long it takes to get the engines running and actually go from 0 to 85. But yes, PS 71. I think the holdup is this bloody transaction. I think it's always been this transaction. They couldn't talk about themselves from February 11th. And the bloody deal isn't finished. And for some reason, whether it's incompetence or lack of experience, or because they're working on other projects, or I can't explain it. these two groups met in November. They loved each other. Why isn't the transaction finished by now? I can't explain it. But all I know is it doesn't matter anymore. It's giving a chance for people to buy the stock, and we are truly at the finish. There cannot be a delay beyond Friday, according to the documents. Again, according to the documents. The filing was made October 6th. The closing definitively is 25 days after that date. That's the 31st. That's Friday. It's in the documents. So I think we're going to be at the end of this long period of silence, and it's going to be different as soon as they file with the regulators, and maybe they have to make a press release. I would assume they do, to fully distribute the information, full disclosure. So maybe it's Wednesday or Thursday next week that finally the company can come out guns a-blazing, telling their story. That's my opinion, mostly. And yes, it's an assumption. It is an assumption. But I don't know what else I can give you. The company's not going to tell me what it is. I don't think there's some fatal flaw in the story. I don't think there's a fatal flaw in the product. I don't think there's a fatal flaw in the potential of revenue. They remain first mover, best in class, battle tested. I think they already have a large beta group of all right, everything. I don't know what's going on. I don't know but everything's in the red with 6 minutes to go. Railtown's down a penny and a half at 41.48. MTEN is down 40 cents at $3.40. Wolf is down $1.20 at 14.75. GDC is down 2.5 cents at $4.06, $4.07. G-Bucks is down 2 cents at 16 cents. I don't know what Finger's doing. Railtown is last trade 41.48. The volume's 126,880. The last two trades, they did 500 shares at 41.48, and then they did 384 shares at 41.48. The Fed, I see it here, but I saw it while I was talking. the Fed cut interest rates 1/4 point, and they're not going to be tightening anymore. This is good for gold and silver. It's not good for the dollar. So the Fed cut federal fund rates by 25 basis points with a target of 3.75 to 4%, 10 to 2. So they're going to stop allowing securities to run off their balance sheet. It wasn't much anyway. They're going to end that next month, December. Effective October 30, the Fed Open Market Committee directs the desk to undertake open market operations to keep the range at 3.75% to 4%. To conduct standing overnight repo operations with a minimum bid of 4% and an aggregate limit of $500 billion. Conduct standing overnight repos offering at 370, well, whatever. It's two inside baseball. So the assessment is that the Fed's going to be net neutral starting December 1. Anyway, so rates came down. Let's see how the market's doing. The market's down. It's all flat for the market, so I guess everybody expected it. Railtown currently is down a penny and a half, 41.48. MTN is down 35 cents, 3.45. Wolf down a buck and a half, 14.42. GDC down 10 cents, 3.99. G-Bucks down 2 cents, 15.64. And Finger is down almost 8 cents, 7.5 cents at 159.5. Railtown is 126,880 shares, 0.403 on the bid, 0.421 on the ask. It closed at 0.4297, so we're going to have a red day. We will end up with a red day. And we'll have Thursday and Friday. All right, the closing price, 41.48, 41.48. Anyway, PS71 Sorry for my long answer, but that is my answer. It is an assumption. Ward Richardson, Fed just announced a quarter of a point. Yep. David Hensley, do you think rail could be over 3 by the end of the year? Yes, I do. I think it could be 250 by Thanksgiving, $253 by Thanksgiving. The whole punishment of this is just procedural, it's bureaucracy, it's attorneys. And you haven't been able to see any real buying other than our efforts, which are substantial. But I really don't think, David, that we changed the price. I don't know anyone here who has told me when they put in an offer to buy the stock at the ask that it went off at the ask. I think every purchase order went in between. So I think it's the Canadian price of the stock that drives where this is. So you haven't seen any buying in Canada. How do I explain that? I tried to explain it a little earlier. I can only think that insiders and those who can be deemed to be insiders are precluded to buy stock until there's a full distribution of the news of this acquisition, because this acquisition is significant news. That's all I can think of. And like I say, I don't expect the attorneys to work overtime. It's not their nature. So I think they will file the completion of this deal Monday or Tuesday. And we might not find out about it until the wee hours Wednesday morning. But once that's finished, it's finished. We don't have to wait any longer. And how long after that would a press release come out? Probably maybe Wednesday morning. How long does the press release in Canada have to remain outstanding so that the regulators call that full distribution of the news? I have no idea. In the States, it's just as soon as the press release goes out, people can trade it. I don't know what it is in Canada. I assume it's the same rule, but I don't know. It could be a few hours, but I think buying will come in, David, based on finally that deal is finished. And the ability of the company to talk to institutional investors in particular about the revenue run rate. What is your revenue going to be by the end of the year? What is it going to be by Q1? What is it going to be by mid-year? How do you see your revenue being a year from now? They can't talk about it. Or they can't act. Nobody can act on it till this deal is closed. That's my opinion. We'll find out. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But hey, I haven't been wrong on these broader points. So maybe my experience is worth something. I don't know. But yes, I do think it could be $3 by the end of the year. Pete the Greek, what happened? I think my Wi-Fi went out. And I don't think it was, I really don't know what did it. I tried to get back in quickly and I couldn't. It's working here. So the answer is I don't know. David Hensley, glad not me. Anyone here? Figures, I asked my question, it crashed. Yeah, sorry about that. All right, Dirty Randy, PS71. Their IR person is a lady named Rebecca. She doesn't know shite. Nobody is saying anything. We just have to wait for Corey the mute. I think Dirty Randy's expressing some frustration. Corey the mute to finalize the deal and actually say something to shareholders. I don't think it's all bad, by the way. It could be that things are bigger, but I don't want to say that because it'll make me sound like I'm blinded by my own story, as Bill Miko called it. And you got to be, each of us got to be wary of that. I don't, but anyway, Dirty Randy says, PS71, their IR person is a lady named Rebecca. She doesn't know much. Nobody is saying anything. We just have to wait for Corey to finalize the deal and actually say something to shareholders. I think that's right. Worst case, like I say, it'll be Wednesday morning. It could be sooner. David says, good. Ward says, RT conductor, when ramped up, will knock out any small competition overnight. I have seen this over and over again in the last 18 months in this AI space. You seem to have knowledge of the space very well, Ward, and Northern Virginia is the heart of AI, well, technology. Ward, RT is crucial to the AI space and should be embedded in the AI infrastructure as soon as possible. I think that's true too. David Hensley says, if Ham gets into rail, I am out. Ham's not in it. I know his big client, one of his big clients is, but that guy talks to a lot of people too, but it wasn't because of Ham. Dirty Randy says, why would Ham get in, David? I'm almost legend. Happy Wednesday, Sir William. I didn't get a chance to post this yesterday, and it's a bit elaborate and uneasy. I don't mean burn down the chat, so forgiveness in advance, as usual. Well, let's get the negatives. It was a pleasant surprise to hear you positively speaking about the law firm and giving them credit for their work, because there was a lot of gender blaming in your anger and frustration. Yeah. I think that's correct. There was. I've had more experience than I probably should with attorneys, and so some of what I expressed is my experience. But I shouldn't automatically assume that it applies to others. So, but I do point out, I'm almost legend, that men and women are different and they approach things differently. It's just how it is. That doesn't mean that one way is better or one way is worse. And it doesn't mean that women don't achieve, and certain specific women, of course, but that women in general don't do many, many, many things much better than men. But I do think if this deal had been arranged in the States, it'd be over by now. So I don't know how to explain why the delays. Maybe it has nothing to do with the attorneys being female. Maybe they work at a clip that outpaces men. Maybe the delay is the men involved with Railtown and AI got into an argument and they went to their own corners for 90 days. I don't know. I guess in my attempt to find an explanation for the inexplicable, because I cannot explain why two completely willing parties why the deal would take 10 or 11 months. I just can't explain that. So I guess in my explanation of an alternative to that there's something wrong with the deal, I came up with that. And if you're saying it's inappropriate, it very well may have been, and remains inappropriate. I still struggle to find out, to give a reason why it's taken this long. It may just be the men at the firm held everything up, or maybe it's just a very difficult case, and any attorney would have a hard time putting 102 pages together, and they need a month per 10 pages. I don't know. So you're right, I'm almost legend. I have absolutely no idea why the bloody thing took so long. And I shouldn't blame anybody simply because of their gender. I was concerned you'd get some pushback from the women in your viewing audience because it teetered into some uncomfortable territory. There could be multiple unknown factors stalling the process. Yeah, I'm almost legend, and to anybody in my audience, if I caused uncomfortable territory, that was wrong of me, unfair of me. I'm not going to 100% take it back because I don't know what the explanation is otherwise. But on the other hand, that's not the only way to look at it. It could just be that the attorneys are overworked. They have a 480 staff team, and all of the attorneys are overwhelmed by work product up in Canada. I guess I took the simplest and the most unfair way of judging it. And for that, I apologize. There could be multiple reasons stalling beyond the gender of the attorneys. It's also odd for me to be speaking up about it because the type of women in that law firm have historically benefited more from affirmative action than anyone who looks like me ever did. Those of us who have followed you long enough know certain of your views, certain views of yours in regards to gender race politics. It's just that sometimes one bias follows another until we're all implicated. Well, I guess it's a bias, but I don't think you can give a blanket um, exception out of fairness when many institutions and many um, I'm going to stop that sentence. Many situations are handled differently by different people. And it's not the color of their skin or their religion or their gender necessarily. But I don't know what to say because I don't go along just to go along. And um, I grew up in a extremely fair environment to women, and I watched it all my career. I never had advantages that I knew of vis-a-vis women. In fact, I saw a lot of um, help along the way for women. So, and I'm always for it. I don't think women should be excluded from jobs or opportunities. But I do think promoting people quickly just to fulfill quotas is unfair. But we don't have to even go down that road. If you want to be productive as a company or as a law firm, I think you have to promote the people with merit or ability. And you're right. It probably doesn't have anything to do with their gender. It might be their youth. It might be that the law firm didn't value the relationship and put rookies on the case. I don't know. They're not rookies though, but they're very young. They're very young. Um, it could be that it's that none of the delays are the attorney's faults at all. It could be that. So um, I don't I don't qualify my apology or take it back, but at the same time, I do think there are differences between men and women, and I do think um, there's been broad unfairness to young men and some men that are older too. So when we have a race just to measure everything by gender, um, I guess it's wrong of me to point out potentially that there's some flaws in that approach. But the whole approach is to measure everything by gender. So I guess you can be hard on me for pointing out gender, but there's nobody here. Well, I don't know. There may be. There may be. There may be. There may be. Maybe all of the young women, the 28-year-old that flew the helicopter with very limited hours and killed 80 people, maybe she was more talented than a man, and it was just unfortunate. Maybe the female pilot that flipped the jet that was landing in, I think, Detroit, she was young. Maybe she was more talented than any man that could have flown. And maybe I'm being unfair to notice that, in my judgment, these two people got promoted beyond their ability. That's all I'm saying. I'm not. Yes, I came across as focusing on the gender, but, and I'm not going to change. I'm not going to change my apology. I'm sincere in that. But if you promote people too quickly without experience, is it as simple as that? Maybe it is. Maybe it's as simple as just put them in the job. They're better than they're just as good or better than, I don't know. I don't know. And I live in a city that, thankfully, I think it's changing. But I also notice young men here didn't get any advantages because of their color or maybe their upbringing or their opportunities, maybe. But women here did. But that's changed a lot, and that's a great credit to perhaps to the DEI programs. I like to think it was partly because Obama changed perceptions on everybody's part, and for the better, And so I notice a lot of young men here in DC who aren't my color, not only getting great jobs, doing very well, but also starting businesses. And I think it's terrific. I think it's terrific. But they're out there, they're working hard. They're taking on the business side. I've worked with some of them. It's hard. But I don't know if all of those guys are getting the same opportunities at school. It's my opinion, and I could be wrong. I don't have children. But I think the educational system from very young, I have a lot of friends with children, is teaching young girls that they are terrific. They are great. They are wonderful. They can do it all. The future is female. But I think the message to young boys is really unfair. And I think boys are struggling. They're struggling in, not all of them, but they struggle in high school and college. They don't go to college. They don't go to graduate school. And what I notice around here, it's anecdotal, a lot of the women are single, but they make huge salaries. But when the woman is involved with a man here, many times, not always, but many times, which is fine with me, by the way, the women are carrying the weight financially, paying for everything. They have the job. I'm fine with that. But I think it requires changing some of the rules for men. But it's rare that the roles are changed for men. So I think there's a bias in if you call it bias, in my thinking, that as we, as a society, have focused entirely on making sure that in the corporate boardroom, it's 50-50, maybe even leaning to women in everything. Of course, we don't do that with bus drivers or road workers or linemen, but it's only the glamorous. That there is a great deal of unfairness to men, young men. I'm not talking about myself. I'm old. And I notice it a lot. I notice it a lot. And I think it's unfair to young men who are white, but I think it's particularly unfair to young men who are minorities. And I don't think it makes anybody happy, by the way. I don't notice, there's some, but a lot of the women I've known, and they're not happy. And I think as you change the roles for women, you got to be fair to them. You know, if they don't do something correctly, tell them. Don't always tell them everything's great, great, great. Women respond to things differently than men do, and that's okay too. But how much of that is something you can change about men, or do you allow men to be who they are and just acknowledge that we're different, we both have strengths? I think it all comes down to equality of opportunity, and that nobody should be denied the opportunity, particularly when it comes to education and being taught to read, because even if you're cheated on your education, you can always read. But absolutely nobody should be discriminated against for their gender, for where they're from, for their background. But when you promote, particularly white women, but there's others, I guess, you promote women just to have women. You're not doing it on merit. You're doing it to fill out a schedule. And I don't know that that's fair. You can argue that for centuries, society has been unfair to women, so toughen up. We're just making up for it now. But I think it's an experiment. I see very little evidence or proof that the way society evolved over time, that somehow, and I'm not saying that some of the aspects were totally wrong, but somehow that it's better in this confused way it is now. I don't know. It's an experiment. And I don't think you can just say, that the results will be the same. You can't, but that's all right. We evolve and we do things in a different way. When women are in charge of things are run differently. And, when I was growing up, I think my mother, in retrospect, was a feminist. But when I was growing up, the issue was that women were treated as objects, which I never treated a woman as. I look at women, and I certainly can idealize a beautiful woman. So that's not 100% true. But one-on-one, I've never treated a woman as an object. But then you get out now, And you see whole industries created by women to treat women as objects, OnlyFans being one of them. And great wealth is created treating women as objects, and this is somehow empowering. Um, I've known very hardworking women professionally, very hard. I've also known women professionally whose advice I treasure and would take. I've known men that I think are complete buffoons, and I judge them, like the guys that get the job because their dad knew somebody, or the guys that uh, I'm gonna, if somebody's listening, I'm gonna tease the guys that got their job because they played basketball. I'm just teasing. Um, uh, and I, I I've called that out as I've seen it too. But as it specifically relates to this situation, I'm almost legend. Um, it's not politically correct to say that there's different styles between men and women. On the other hand, it's not incorrect either. Women do things differently than men. And I just can't be convinced differently. I've had girlfriends, never had a boyfriend, of course. I've had a mother, I've had sisters, I've worked with women, I've worked with men. Uh, I've had female teachers. I've never had a female boss, which is intriguing. I never had a female boss. But I've had powerful female clients, and it's just like having a boss. And I've gone into projects with women and with men. Um, it's different. And if you don't accept that it's different, you're going to be taken advantage of. And I don't think just because we wish it differently that it is going to be different. Um, uh, so anyway, I'm trying to hold back some of the things I might say because I want to accept your criticism, which is justified. And I don't want to make excuses either. And I already have, but I want to give my apology forthrightly without diluting it. But I worked in one office, two offices with the same woman. And I noticed a difference. She's highly successful now. And I noticed a difference in how she worked versus many of the men. She got in at, her husband was always in early, but before she married him, she would get in, 8:30. Back then the market would open at 10. So she'd get in 8:30, 9 o'clock. And she might take a little while to get organized and have a coffee or go through her inbox or her mailbox. But I tell you, at 9 o'clock, she got on that phone and she didn't stop working. Well, she wasn't always on the phone in meetings and sometimes out of the office. But she worked nonstop from 9 o'clock to 5:30. Maybe, might have been 4:30. Because the market closed at 4. I think it was 4:30. And she had to there's traffic, so she had to get back to Maryland. But I tell you what, she worked nonstop constantly. She never took a break. She never went and BS'd with somebody. She didn't, if somebody wanted to come talk to her at her office and just waste her time, she never wasted time, ever, ever. And I would watch some of the guys who would get in early. I probably describe myself that way. I always was the first one in, except for the guy she married. Sometimes he was the first one in before they married. And I usually was the last guy to leave. But I did things like, if somebody sat at my desk and they needed my help, I'd help them. Or if I was walking up to the down, then the order room was downstairs, but we used tubes. If I had to walk down to the order room and I walked by and whether it's a friend or someone's looks anxious, I might stop and say, "What's going on?" and spend some time and help. So my point is, I might have worked longer hours, but what did I accomplish in those extra hours? She worked her butt off her whole career. She never quit, and that I know of. And that's one example. Of course, I know there's a good friend of mine that was just like that, a guy. He was just like that. And he's very successful. But I knew lots of guys that would come in, make one or two phone calls and then go for a coffee break. They come back, check their messages, get on the phone, and then call me, "Hey, do you want to go get lunch?" Sure. And then come back, be on the phone for an hour and a half, and then look at the watch. Everybody's meeting at the BL, and asked me if I wanted to go, and I said, "No, I can't go. I got to finish, but I'll be down there." And I'd go back down maybe at 6 or 5:30, whenever I got finished with my calls and my work. But he'd be very successful. So it's different styles, different people, and it wasn't always gender. But if you're asking me, I'm almost legend to believe, in a bell curve. If you have a bell curve of women, and you got to adjust it for educated, for professional, for whatever. But if you have a bell curve of women and a bell curve of men, use an obvious characteristic. Everyone says men are more violent or men are toxic. And of course, that's okay to say. That's okay for women to say. No one gives blowback. And I'm not offended by your blowback, by the way, like you're giving to me. But women can put out advertisements, destroy brands, and just in conversation say that's toxic masculinity and it's okay. Well, so you look at the bell curve and you say men are more violent than women. But that doesn't mean all men are violent. That doesn't mean, I actually find most men not violent. But when you compare it, in the studies, it shows up that way. But that's a generality, but specifically, I haven't known that many violent men, I can't think of any that have ever been my friend. I've known some women that'll haul off and hit you. So I think all generalities perhaps are wrong when you're talking to a specific person. I don't know these attorneys, and I'm sure if I met them, I would never have said anything. But I do find it somewhat ironic that I think, and again, I was wrong, but I think in July, I was assuming the attorneys were the gender they are. And I said the delays may be because of that. And I was an asshole. I agree with you. And it's probably if I weren't sitting all by myself, I would have contained some of that. So I think you're right. I was an asshole. But what's weird is my prediction came true. And so is that because my observations in general are assholean, or is there some truth in it? I don't know. You obviously don't want me to go down that path, and that's fine, because that's me just being a dick. But I do think across cultures, across religions, across experiences, across backgrounds, across social standing, across money, across education, across training, across hardship. People develop differently and they have different characteristics. And I, at one point in my life, did the calculation with my sister. And I think by the time I was, I don't know, 21 or something like that, I had lived, I can't remember the numbers, like 25 or 28 places in my life. And I had gone to, 15 schools, some huge, not normal. And a lot of that's because my father when all three of us were born, he was in the Navy, and then he taught at the Naval Academy. He taught naval history and economics. And then he went into the State Department. So that explains a lot of the moving. But then at some point, my mother divorced my father, and she moved us around a lot. And a lot of it, as I look back on it, was maybe I lived the life I see around me here. A lot of young boys grow up without their father. And that's how I had to grow up, without my father. So maybe it comes from that. I don't know. Mother never wanted us to stay. When adults or coaches got too close to having an impact, we always moved. We always moved. So I look back on it. She didn't want a male imprint on her two sons. Not an imprint, but a male role model. She didn't want that. So whether she did that consciously or not, I don't know. But that's what happened. So maybe there's something in my background that is experienced. But I'll tell you what, when you move around that often, when you're the new kid, when you're the always in new situations, you learn to judge people. You learn to recognize behavior patterns, and people fall into broad generalizations. And it helps you cope. It helps you broadly, go from the front door through the hallways and to your classroom, to lunch, and around and get back on the bus safely. It helps you. But when you meet people one-on-one, you don't judge them that way, of course. Yeah, I was out of line. Making it a gender issue. But I don't think women, particularly when they are, as a coach called one of the cheerleaders in front of the whole school, cute as a button, that they, in this current environment, I don't know, I don't have kids, but every class has 100 valedictorians. Not everyone, but there was one here in North Virginia. There was 100 valedictorians. And every situation, everyone's great. And so there's never adversity, and then there's never testing of the skills. And I would argue, I'm almost legend, that those attorneys never had to work on a deadline, or they weren't going to be able to eat. They never had to produce, or they weren't going to be able to pay their Pepco bill. They never had to create income, as a mundane a thing, so they can date. They can ask somebody out. I don't think it's because there's something wrong with them or they're bad people. I just don't think there's a fire in their belly or a fire under their butt to get things done on time. I do not think they have a perception that there's people counting on these things getting done, and there's real money involved. Now, part of that is just being an attorney. Part of that's just being an attorney. But if you go to a business attorney should know to turn it around right away. And I had a business attorney, and I had two partners, two guys, one was, they didn't want to use my attorney that I used. I don't know why. So we picked another one, and I found him, but we all agreed that's okay. It was a good firm. We went in, two of us went in, and everything's above board. Complicated. This is the client. There's three of us. That guy he's the what do you call it? The gatekeeper, but he doesn't want the client to know that he's getting money, but he's not going to refer the deal to the client without getting paid. And this guy introduced me, and I'm bringing the deal, and she's already agreed to do it, but we need to paper this up uh, in a way. Anyway, it's all complicated, is my point. And the guy sat with us. He asked a few questions. He 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 didn't, I don't think he ever asked how he's even going to get paid, but he might have. Can't remember that. But and I and he's a busy guy, but great law firm. And he was referred to me by a really powerful attorney that I knew. So anyway, we met. I don't remember, it's so long ago, but I think we met in the morning, 10:30, driving in from Virginia and in from northern DC. And we met and probably sat for 40 minutes. And I was shocked. I got a phone call at 8:30 from his assistant, and she said my documents were ready. I could pick them up at 9 a.m. What? I had never experienced that. You can guess that my attorney for 20 years happened to be a woman. She's great. I used her for 20, 25 years. That had never happened. Never happened. I can't explain it. And maybe it's just more individual. It could just be individual. But as human beings, we see patterns and we make those judgments. And I guess I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I was wrong to blame uh, the ineffect. I don't even know if they were ineffectual. I'm wrong to blame the attorneys in general, and I'm wrong to blame the attorneys, the three who were female specifically, and I apologize for it. Let me read what the rest you're going to say. You have a very open, curious, intellectual, and well-rounded mind, Sir William. So I know you'll understand where I'm coming from. I do, and I respect your input. There's I'll try to find it for the next show. I think it was I know it was Winston Churchill, but he said something like, if two people share the same ideas and the same thoughts, one of them's redundant or something like that. And I think it's right. I don't mind criticism, particularly when it's meant constructively. I do mind those boo bird types. And I think you're younger than I am. I did grow up in a time where you could express your thoughts and it wasn't so trigger warning and safe space. But I also I'm not gonna go into details because it'll look like I'm trying to make myself look good. But I also stood up and spoke up in many situations which were extremely uncomfortable against just the casual attitudes of the time as I grew up. And So I've been on your side of the pointing out. I've been on your side of the pointing out, and I don't consider myself it's an odd position for me to be in, because I would never be the what the I don't know what neutral word to use, the iconoclast, the I would never be that. But at the same time, I find myself wanting to speak up, not so much about older guys or middle-aged guys, but I think for the young boys and the teenagers and the 20-year-old men, why are they being blamed if, in fact, men over the centuries have this great patriarchy that have destroyed women? Why are those young boys bearing the brunt of it? I don't know. I also am not willing to say that what we're doing in a society is an experiment. And it's not clear to me that it's for the better. It's not clear to me that it's for the better. But that's not saying that I'm saying go back. We're never going to go back to traditional marriages, ever, ever. It's never happening. Never. And I'm not saying going back to the perception anyway. I don't know. You gotta look at it when you look at history. That's controversial. I guess I can't say that, but I just finished a book on sugar. It was very interesting. It was a kind of a textbook. I don't know if it's behind me or over there. I finished a couple weeks ago. But and I started a book on cotton, which I think's not with me right now. I'd like to go back to that. I only got halfway through it before I had so many things going on I couldn't focus. But it became clear when I was reading the book on cotton that a lot of colonialism and a lot of the British Empire was cotton. And a lot of modern finance, a lot of slavery was cotton. But you know what? It's sugar too. I didn't know that. Sugar is just an extremely powerful industry for banks and for colonialism and for mistreatment of men and women. And it's horrible in slavery. Horrible. The Caribbean and Brazil. And they tried it down, and it was part of Louisiana and Florida. But then there was also cotton. It's just horrible. I mean, it makes you, if you really read it and and your heart goes out, it can make you literally want to, vomit or I mean, it's the cruelty is just beyond the capacity of a compassionate person to understand, and it's horrible. No shoes, no shoes. 12-hour, 16-hour days, splitting families, the whip, no, no medicine. It's just horrible. But you know what? When they brought sugar, particularly to the United States, but elsewhere too, and they brought in Italians and Poles, and I think Lithuanians, I'm not sure about Irish, but they brought in, I guess, what you would call indentured servants. They weren't slaves, but their life, I don't know that you could say their life was, I guess it was better with dignity. It's slightly better, and maybe slightly better with some choice, but the cruelty was beyond compare there too. So a lot of it's human beings treating human beings. And I think it comes down to a banking system, almost an overlord system that we still suffer from. We don't have the outright whipping and destruction, but our families are being broken apart, and our families are being broken apart by this third stage or fourth stage feminism, womanism. And there's a lot of lonely people out there because of it. Are women happy that when they're young they can have high body counts now and it's a matter of pride? Are they really happy? Are women happy now? Morgan's, no, it was somebody else. One of the banks is done a study, and by age 30, half of all women are going to be unwed and childless for the rest of their life. Is that really the society we want? My guess is you have to change. If women are better at everything or even equal at everything, and I'm not sure that in a lot of environments that in some situations anyway, that men don't carry the load quietly to make it all work. But if you're going to do that, you got to change the rules for men, and women haven't done that yet. In fact, if you study it with this modern freedom, most of the women are dating, I'm not talking my generation, but apparently most of the women date the same 5% of men. So women would rather be the side girl than marry somebody that they don't consider 6'2" or taller, making six figures, and having prospects. It's an odd thing we're going through. Why is it that when women make their own money and have just fantastic careers, they can't find a man? And it's because they want a man that makes more than they do. But they've taken the job and the training and the years away from men that could have done the job, which is fine. I have no problem with that. But why does the man then have a role that he's not worthy? The guy that's fixing the plumbing, outside putting in new sewer pipes. Why does that man not qualify? I mean, so it's a weird experiment going on. So I don't want to take back my apology at all, but I do not want to fall in the category that it's fair what's going on. I do not think what's going on is fair. And it's multi-generational. And what I think's happening to young men, young boys, is totally unfair. And I don't think it's going to end in a very positive way. I also think it is amazing that somehow look, if white men were such assholes in such a patriarchy society, why are we allowing all of this to happen? I don't buy all that horseshit. I really don't. It's just crap written in books and taught at school. I do agree that you know, things have to be fair. And um, if you want to take it out on my generation, frankly, I don't know many people in my generation in the educate. My mother always pointed out, you're talking about people who were educated, and by educated, that doesn't mean they're smarter, doesn't mean people who aren't educated are dumb, but she means college or more. Now all the women get PhDs, but the men aren't even in the classes, largely. It's a giant experiment, and I think it's unfair. Um, but it's irrelevant to my point I was trying to make in this case. How do you explain the gift given to you as a law firm? Here's a firm that wants to acquire this firm. This firm wants to be acquired by that firm. The guys at the top of this firm and the guys at the top of this firm are great at what they do. They're fully funded and they want to move quickly because they're in the hottest market on the face of the planet. How do you explain it took 10 months, 11 months? I guess you can't. I guess it's unfair to point out that it's Canada. I guess it's unfair to point out that these attorneys are young. I guess it's unfair to point out that their focus isn't on production. It's not on getting the contract finished. I know it's possible, but it's unfair to blame it on their gender. So I'm admonished. I'm admonished. I always appreciate you allowing me to share my observation at times as well. Thank you as always. And thank you very much. Dirty Randy, Brent's son was an absolute crook with him. Don't get me started on that. Manufacturer? That mudflinger? That MFer. I'm already pissed off today. Yeah, I'm a little pissed off too. I'm not pissed off. It's frustrating. Look, I started this project June 4th, really, or 5th. I had mentioned the stock to you last year, but I talked about it. But I really started this effort June 5th. I never would have, had I known what I know now, and maybe it's the law firm, maybe it's the company, maybe it's managing expectations, maybe it's the business just grew so quickly nobody could keep up with it. Maybe we just don't know yet what happened, and maybe we don't need to know. But man, I would have rather come on to you at 40 or 50 cents with a month to wait than June with, what is that? That's June, July, August, September, October. It's going into the 6th month. On the other hand, the benefit is we've built up a really large position, and a lot of you have taken advantage. I also think there's nothing wrong with the company. And maybe I've offended some people, and I'll try to fix that. But on the other hand, I've noticed attorneys don't easily get offended. So maybe what we'll find out, and I've tried to explain that too, the documents look good. they're a little confusing, but it's two different teams, and that happens. But I think the documents, maybe they took a long time, but I think we're going to be happy with those documents, and they're done by women. So I got to give credit to that. And women do a lot of things really well, including professional things. But they did a good job on the documents, as far as I can tell, and that's going to come in to our advantage in the buyout price if I'm correct. So, mixed bag, I guess. I don't like the wait, and I'm frustrated with it. But, should I blame the attorneys? Probably not. It's probably, it could be the regulator. I don't know. Who do I blame? Maybe there's nobody to blame. Maybe there's nobody to blame. Maybe it's just bigger than we think it's going to be. But I'll tell you what, the selling never stops. The pressure never stops. And then the haranguing here never stops. So I've tried to fight back as best I know how. And I don't think there's anything fundamentally wrong at the company. I don't think there's anything wrong with the two teams. And I don't think there's anything wrong with the market opportunity. Maybe it's Canadians. Maybe I should just blame Canadians. I don't know. Innocent, Railtown, if you're in this call, make William part of your board of advisors or something, because since I first purchased in June, and before, it's all Railtown and good advice. Thank you, Innocent. That's very kind. Donna is great. Let's see. She's going to join in to let me know what a jerk I am. Fair enough. All right. I got to take a deep breath before I read it. Hello. I'm almost Leshen. I just ignore the things that I find offensive. I just ignore William. I look at something else and fast forward through the parts I find offensive. I stand grace because I love William. That's very kind of you. That means you're charitable, and that means you're going to heaven. You're going to skip purgatory. Thank you, Donna. But I shouldn't have to put you through that. So I have to get better. Hello, Donna. I do the same because William is far from a toxic person or a person with hateful views. He's one of the few people out there today who actually thinks and speaks in depth. That's perhaps true. I've never tried to hurt anybody's feelings. And I think that's what you're pointing out to me. But I do ask questions or posit thoughts that aren't always comfortable. But I don't do it to be mean-spirited, although you're pointing out I was. So I obviously got carried away. And there's no excuse for that. And you haven't seen me in other situations, so you'd be surprised at the support I give or have given. But you know what? I'm almost legend. I can't talk about football and I can't talk about golf. And I get bored with everything else. So kind of stuck with taking on subjects that no one else dares to. He's one of the few people out here today who actually thinks and speaks in depth beyond the surface. And in fairness, all of us humans have some sort of bias. It's how our species has survived that. Well, that's a good point. Jesse Jackson, who, by the way, I voted for when he ran for president in Virginia. I lived in Virginia then. And I met him once. But back then, the reason I voted for him was I forget who he's running against, who was winning. But one of the reasons I voted for him was what a great role model he was, I thought. And anyway, the story, my point isn't about when he ran. I voted for him. But later on, I heard him in an interview, and he was talking about young men wearing the hoodies and wearing the jeans down low and, hanging out late at night. I forget the context, but things like that. And he said young men had to behave differently. He said, hey, I forget if he said African American or I'm a black man or whatever the acceptable term was at that point. He said it. And he said, if I see 2 or 3 guys with the hoodies and hanging out, under the bridge, and I'm walking that way, I'm a big man and, I'm the same color. I'm going to walk a different direction. He said, it's not that people necessarily are judging you by your color. It's the context. It's not safe. So anyway, he said that. And then he made a point. He followed on with a point, which follows on with your point. And I don't remember his exact words, but he said something like, we all have our initial reaction. To use your word, we all have a bias. We all have that initial reaction. And it is because of what you say. It's the instinct to make sure we're safe. But he said, I may be misquoting him, but the way I heard it, he said racism starts after that first bias. It's what you do after that first reaction that shows whether you're racist or not. I thought that was a pretty reasonable assessment, because we all judge each other. We all judge each other. And we have to do less of that, don't we? We can't judge each other. Maybe if we did less of that, there wouldn't be so many unfairnesses. But I think a lot of what goes on is the banking system. And a lot of the pain we're going through in our accounts is the banking system. And the corruption is the banking system. And tell you what, I don't see any women up there doing that. I'm not sure women would do it, frankly. I'm not sure women would do it in general. I don't know. Maybe they just, I'm going to skip, Don, I'm going to skip what he said, because I don't like it either. Giuseppe, many long-timers know that William riffs. It's cool with me. Thank you. Donna M. William, you don't owe us an explanation. You're speaking from your experiences. We all have our own experience that color our perspective. Hopefully that's a thing of the past. That's kind. Past, not meaning you, but in our country and lives. Yeah. Look, I I I studied economics, Donna, and one of the things that you're taught, and maybe it's in every uh, category, but you're asked to think things through and what's the end result. And then I I trained on Wall Street, and that's what you do. You're always looking at situations, seeing the effect and where it goes. And maybe the unfairness, they just had to rip the Band-Aid off. But the overwhelming, and it's mainly in the educated and the privileged, quite frankly, a lot of the privileged classes. I don't know that it trickles down to what we call the working class woman or the blue collar woman. I'm not sure all this thumb on the scale trickles down to them. So I think there's still maybe some inequality. But yeah, I just wish that um, boys and young men weren't being hurt. I also think society is going to suffer from it. I think it's going to change what we accomplish as a society. And some of that you can't explain without talking about what's going on. And uh, I hope it works out. Hope it works out. I'm almost legend. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, William. Please don't think I was criticizing you or asking you to apologize or take anything back, because that wasn't my intent at all. Okay. The reason I mentioned anything is because I appreciate and enjoy how you actually take the time to process information and share your views, which is very rare. You don't know it, but this is an AI bot. I'm actually down at the pool um, getting a massage, and I'm about to go to dinner. This is AI, but I've got clever AI. But anyways, from stocks to social issues to the Anunnaki, it's always a pleasure to get your observations and opinion. And thank you as always. Yeah, I appreciate Donna's charity, and I always have appreciated yours. So, um, uh, look, if I weren't sitting all by myself, I probably wouldn't have gone too far, you know. But on the other hand, I think there are issues there that we all have to be aware of. 5:30. Lord Richardson. I've noticed in my life with English origin. Sorry, I've noticed in life people with English origin will speak their minds, and I certainly do. The English do not tolerate nonsense very well. If we are all alike, it would be a pretty boring world. Yes, I agree with that. Innocent. Hey, William, both genders need each. I agree with that. We need each other. And I agree with you. Is just someone or some things just trying to put us against each other. We both have our strengths and weaknesses. And there are some preferential. I'm missing the rest of that. I'm missing some of what you wrote. But there are some preferential, and um, I don't know. I didn't live back then, but if the argument is that white men, and I would point out to you, it wasn't all white men and all white cultures. But anyway, if the argument is white men are the reason for slavery, let's make that one premise. And all that hatred and mistreatment, and it's a reasonable premise. How the hell, why aren't we putting our thumb on the scale to rectify that wrong? How the hell do white women jump to the front of the line? Weren't they standing with the white men? I don't know. I think the problem is you can't, we all have to kind of live in our own generation, as a friend of mine told me. And we're all met with new moral quandaries. And so we can look back at what happened in history and say, oh, I would have been on the right side. I would have been on the moral side of that situation. But how do you know? How do you know? I would argue that a lot of my really well-educated friends, and even not so educated, hate what happened in Germany 90, 80 years ago, and would say, if I were there, I'd stop it. I'd go back in time and I'd, make sure that guy didn't carry out his plans. But those same people often, not all of them, have complete racist and anti-human views against the Palestinians. And they don't recognize what's going on right there with TikTok. With TikTok. I mean, at least you could argue with the news in the United States, maybe it was being blocked by some newsmen and women, or being blocked by the cameras, or the soldiers. We couldn't get in. But here we're seeing it on TikTok and people do nothing. They do nothing. So I think we're challenged morally and differently. That's all, differently. And I don't think human beings treat each other very well, for the most part. But on the other hand, what's amazing, you'll see such goodness. You'll see such goodness from human beings. So you can't give up on the human being. Giuseppe, time is a mofo. We could be taking mining, oil and gas, protecting profits, and the holidays are coming. Maybe it's the best deal, so much bigger. But yeah, I'm frustrated. Yeah, but I don't want you, as soon as Railtown's up, I don't want you to have the urge to sell. It's not necessarily the right thing to do. And look at the gentleman yesterday. He was right. If he had hung on to his calls in Wolf, he'd be way ahead. But how do you know? Stock's down $1.50 since he pointed it out. How do you know you would have traded it well? It's hard. Trading, investing is hard. And by definition, you're going to miss out on some things. Giuseppe, holding and adding, but it's definitely frustrating. If it's on the lawyers, then no problem saying it out loud. Look, I don't know that it is. And PS 71 is fair enough to point that out. I guess I tried, and maybe I'm blinded, like Bill Miko said, blinded by maybe I believe my own spit. I don't know. But I tried to look at all angles on why this is taking so long. I do not think it is Corey or Marwan or Dr. Elliott. I don't think it's that at all. Everything they show is full commitment and enthusiasm and talent and experience. I don't think it's they. And then you look at the background of the 4 or 5 guys, I think it's all guys, uh, uh, Mike Nobrega, Dr. Tom Kaur, John Ruffalo, the guy from IBM, I always forget his name. I don't think it's those guys either. So I don't think that's the problem. But I've looked at it. I don't think that's the problem. I don't think it's the background of the market for AI. I don't think it's revenue deals. I don't think it's their product. So what is it? It's the delay caused by acquiring AIP. And why is AIP taking so long? I don't think it's, they all agree. Maybe they had to get a third party eyeball on what each company was worth. Maybe that's what Canaccord did. That's possible because they're going to both believe their own company is worth more, their own idea is worth more. Maybe Railtown said, we'll go forward, but I want you to lock up the majority or all of that network of companies with some sort of ROFR so that we know that no one else can roll them, copy the idea and roll, you guys can't leave and go take your idea somewhere else, or that somebody else could roll up their company. So maybe that took a while. And maybe that's what tied up the attorneys. And it's behind the scenes. And I didn't see it. You didn't see it. So maybe the attorneys had to go to each company and say, sign this, approving of the deal. And in it was this, I don't know, I'm making it up, 18 months that you're going to give Railtown the first right of refusal to roll up your company, to buy your company. Maybe. Could be that. That's actually a compelling reason that has nothing to do with gender or being Canadian. Could be that. Maybe that's what happened. But I don't think it's the companies. I don't think it's the fundamentals. I don't think it's the opportunity. So I guess I turned my attention to the attorneys and to the regulators. I don't know what to say. Innocent, let me get it out there that one, homelessness, more shelter towards women than men in general. Being a man is more of grow a pair and find a way to deal with it, and so on. We need each other. Yeah, I've noticed that all my life, and men have noticed it. Men, it's like, deal with it, get over it. You go to, why don't you go see a therapist? And you run into, I did see one, she said, oh, you're so interesting. I just enjoy it. How is that helping me? Or how did that make you feel? And as a guy, you just want, can you just tell me what I'm doing? Is there a way, anyway. Yeah, society is allowed to suck it up. And it's your problem. You should, it's not I don't know if it's ever been fair, and I don't know if there is a way to make it fair. And I guess we just have to tolerate the trends and then try to help each other with the trend. Because there's no question the trend, we know the trend. The law schools are majority female. The young attorneys are majority female. Medical schools are majority female. PhDs are majority female. The educational system is entirely female in terms of control, anyway. We know where it's headed. So it's an experiment. So as it goes, maybe we just help each other when some people it doesn't help out so much, and that's all we can do. And we cheer the others in their great success. Ward Richardson. Yeah, it's the Canadians. I agree. It's the Canadians. No, not selling. All right, let me see. Let me see if I can just show you anything that I just took down the pictures of the lawyers, the attorneys, so I never use them again. Well, let me go with I don't even know, I can't read what it says, but I'll go with it. The Manila Times, James Altucher spotlights Elon Musk's role in America's AI revolution. This was August 30, and he put out a newly released presentation. I haven't seen it. But President Trump wasted no time in signing. I'm going to have to read it. I can't read it through those. Can I turn that off? I don't know if I can turn that off. Maybe I can. I'll turn the show comments off. All right, now I can read it. President Trump wasted no time in signaling America's AI priorities. Quote, as soon as he revoked Biden's AI order, Trump also announced the largest AI investment in history, unquote, a $500 billion program known as Stargate, designed to make America, quote, the AI capital of the world, unquote, especially after we take over Canada as the 51st state. Experts already project that artificial intelligence could contribute 20 trillion annually. Do you guys hear that? Experts already project that artificial intelligence could contribute 20 trillion annually to the global economy by 2030. Of course, it might be because the dollar collapses. With some forecasts as high as 14 quadrillion over 2 decades. Experts project that artificial intelligence could contribute 20 trillion annually to global economy by 2030, with some forecasts as high as 14 quadrillion over 2 decades. I would point out that there's something like 40 to 50% of a quadrillion in derivatives. So this might be trying to get us to create some collateral out of thin air. I don't know. While political debate continues in Washington, Elon Musk has advanced a project of unprecedented scale. His new systems are already outpacing global competitors. And I would point out, this can have an impact on who buys us. Anyway, processing power. Hundreds of thousands of NVIDIA's most advanced chips have been deployed. Industry plays. Sorry, I better drink some water. Industry praise. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang called Musk's build, quote, the fastest supercomputer on the planet, unquote. He called it something, I don't know what. Mission. Musk says it is designed to uncover, quote, the deepest secrets of the universe and achieve breakthroughs we can't even fathom. Future growth expansion plans are underway that could multiply performance within months. James Altucher emphasizes that the current tools most people know, such as ChatGPT, are only the starting line, In AI Point 1 gives us all the world's knowledge at our fingertips, except for that is screened out. And AI 2.0 gives that knowledge to intelligent machines that I believe will solve problems for us. So AI 1.0 gives us all the knowledge at our fingertips. AI 2.0 uses that knowledge with intelligence machines. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce anything, that will solve our problems for us. Let me drink more water. So anyway, just to repeat that again without my stumbles, AI 1.0 gives us all the knowledge at our fingertips. AI 2.0 puts that knowledge to use with intelligent machines in order to solve our problems for us. According to Altucher, this next stage represents a turning point in human history. Quote, the second wave of artificial superintelligence. The second wave of artificial superintelligence will rival all of the great inventions of the past: electricity, the wheel, feminism, and even the discovery of fire. James Altucher is a computer scientist, entrepreneur, author, 40 years of experience, Cornell, Carnegie Mellon, helped pioneer AI systems in finance, worked at various places, bestseller, and all around genius. Teo Synergies, a digital asset treasury company focused on whatever that is, bitter sensor, participated in Google's Planet Scale Consumer AI event through its strategist, James Altucher. The event, held at Google Canada's headquarters in Toronto, brought together AI experts to discuss frontier AI breakthroughs and scaling solutions. During his presentation, Alturer highlighted the relationship between centralized and decentralized AI, projecting, this is the reason I copied this, projecting AI spending to grow from 300 billion to 30 trillion by 2030. He emphasized blah, blah, blah. But the point is, if Railtown just gets a bit of that, here's the chart from this morning. The horizontal yellow line is support, and I think the stock is actually behaving here, but behaving pretty well, forming an uptrending support line, but we're not through it yet. But this support, I think, is pretty solid. This lower yellow line down here, that's where the stock traded down when Tony double step trashed the idea, and I don't forget it. I don't forget it. I'm tiny dancer, dancer for money. Well, let's see. I don't know what this is. I might have already read this to you. And if I did, I'll delete it. All right. I don't think I read this to you before. This is October 3rd by Amy Legate Wolf. We're not going back to unhyphenated names either. We got to get the maiden name and the other name in there. Anyway, AI is reshaping Canada, and these Toronto Stock Exchange names are leading the charge. It's no secret. If there's one thing that's pretty much changed the world overnight, it's artificial intelligence and feminism. Something that seemed so foreign, so futuristic, is now completely embedded in practically everything we do. And nowhere is that more obvious than in the way businesses operate. Companies can automate work, surface relevant knowledge, and even use an agentic workflow. And among AI stocks, there are three that are using AI to the best of their abilities. So let's look at those on the Toronto and why these AI stocks should continue to be stellar. I'm not telling you to buy these, by the way, but it's just seeing that there's a lot of coverage in the AI space, and maybe it'll talk about valuation. I don't know. I didn't really read the article in detail. AI is clearly helping the company, whatever it was, to grow, with cloud bookings growing 32% year over year and cloud revenue at 1.9 billion. 1.9 billion. This shows customers are on board with the future of AI and what it offers. In fact, annual recurring revenue, see, that's what the metric is, on the cloud is 4.2 billion, with adjusted earning, EBITDA, hitting 34% margin. This has allowed the company to show its strength through buybacks and dividend increases, and that could happen in our case. Yet there's even more in the future. The AI stock combines enterprise content security governance with AI. Anyway, I don't remember the name, and I'm not going to go back. I'm not trying to get you to buy it, but it's on Motley Fool if you're interested. And then this company, Covio, is aligning retrieval with generative models, and it's similar. I guess the first one was OTEX, OTEX. Again, we see strength from AI coming into earnings. That's what I'm trying to get across, is that companies are going to turn to AI. With first quarter subscription revenue climbing, total revenue climbing, and the gross margin at 77%, showing that software as a service, that's Railtown, economics remain strong. Its generative AI also drove 50% of the new business in the quarter with a net expansion rate of double. So it's clear the upsell of its AI features is working. This is where the whole thing is going. All right, let's go on to the next one. DCBO, a leading management platform. AI is a first learning platform. Subscription revenue surged and EBITDA and free cash flow. Management is focused on an AI first strategy. This is going to happen across companies. As the companies continue to use AI, they'll need AI more and more. Whether it's to retain employees, certify safe use, update procedures, or etc., AI will remain a strong method of future learning, no matter which company is using it. Bottom line, these three stocks show they're not just jumping on a bandwagon. No, these companies are beyond hype. They're using AI to their advantage in ways that matter the most, whether it's content, security and management, customer workflow, and improving company-wide skills. These three, but anyway, I think it applies to the whole trend. So anyway, let's move on. I don't know how much more I have to show you. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Women's. I shouldn't talk about women's. Women's, you talk about them, everybody gets mad at you. Women's. Canada's first, I was just looking at Canadian news today. Canada's first sovereign AI factory opens, and the other top takeaways from the All-In conference. That's where they went. This is written by Yvonne Law. Women's. You talk about them, they want you to talk about men's. Here's Portner and Sure PA. Client focused. There sure are a lot of women's. Anyway, artificial intelligence and digital innovation minister Evan Solomon took center stage at the All-In conference in Montreal this week, announcing that a new national strategy, this is key, this is the help that Canada is giving on AI, is in the works, and hinting that the federal government is set to update Canada's technology legislation. In 2013, Canada became the first country in the world to launch a national AI strategy. This helps us and has since funneled more than 125 million to support 3 national AI institutes in Montreal, Toronto, and Edmonton. Last year, Ottawa announced over 2 billion in funding for its sovereign AI compute strategy to build out data centers and help companies access the computing power required to train and run AI models. And not talk about women's. Yet Canada's early lead in AI policy and research, I left despite out of there. Yet despite Canada's early lead in AI policy and research, Canada has struggled to commercialize the technology and reap its economic benefits. The solutions to which were discussed at length at the AI event, as well as how to create an AI ecosystem that is sovereign and safe for Canadians. I must have misread that, but let me move on. Here are 6 takeaways from the conference. Look at this. It was attended by more than 6,000 people from 42 countries. Federal AI task force coming. Solomon on Wednesday said Canada will refresh its national strategy on AI 1 year ahead of schedule and assemble a crew of 20 leaders from industry, academia, and civil society to steer its creation. He has tasked the AI Strategy Task Force to recommend, quote, a bold, practical ideas for policies and programs by November. That's next week. This is going to be our roadmap, he said. The task force will sprint ahead on priorities including research, adoption, commercialization, safety, education, and infrastructure. Ottawa will announce the members of the new task force on Friday. A call for sovereign AI. TELUS Corp has opened the first phase of what it calls Canada's first fully sovereign AI factory in Rimouski, Quebec. For the initial deployment, the 10,000 square foot facility will be equipped with 500 of NVIDIA's Hopper H200 graphic processing units in one module alongside computing infrastructure designed by Hewlett Packard Enterprise Co. Quote, businesses, researchers, and governments should not have to rely on foreign-controlled systems to advance their AI ambitions, TELUS Chief Executive Darren Entwistle said. Quote, with the launch of our sovereign AI factory, we are maximizing Canadian autonomy over sensitive data. Before we become the 51st state. Any new or updated rules will focus on, quote, protections for consumers who are concerned about things like deepfakes and protection for children, Solomon said. The government will also set clear standards for the use of data to provide clarity for Canadian builders and innovators to unlock investment. Growing appetite and growing ambition for AI. Canada's ambition and appetite for risk-taking and innovation has grown in recent years, according to Aidan Gomez, co-founder and chief executive of Canadian AI startup Cohere. 2 years ago, I didn't see that ambition. This year, both the public and private sectors have woken up, he said, adding that nearly all of Cohere's revenue previously came from outside Canada, but that is changing. Oh, back to the facility in Quisigamee. Quisigamee. The facility has capacity for 6 additional modules. Building digital sovereignty in is Canada's most pressing issue, Solomon said in his keynote speech at All In. But that sovereignty does not mean solitude. Canada will continue to work with its many trusted allies, especially the United States, alongside the European Union and the United Arab Emirates. Solomon hinted on Wednesday that the federal government is working on updating Canada's tech rules. Quote, we are going to monetize Canada's privacy and data laws. They are more than 25 years old. Canada's got to build a digital backbone that keeps critical data under Canadian law. Ottawa has tried and so far failed to modernize and implement new digital legislation because Justin Trudeau kissed a woman and liked it. Anyway, I missed that page. Now let's go back to Cohere. In order for Canada to commercialize and benefit from contributions to the advancement of AI, we first have to be our own customer. We shouldn't do the research part and hand it away to the rest of the world to make money on it. Cohere said it has secured another $100 million at $7 billion valuation. Growing companies need help. While Canada produces top-tier AI technology researchers who make breakthroughs at Canadian institutions, Canada struggles in transforming startups from early stage to growth stage, said Michael Burr, chief executive at C100, a network of Canadian investors and builders who aim to help 100 Canadian companies exceed $100 million in revenue. New skill sets for startup leadership could help close that gap. AI researchers and engineers who are transitioning to becoming CEOs must be comfortable not doing what they like, said Sanju Basu, a partner at Radical Ventures Investments. This is a VC firm. They're all in it. Headquartered in Toronto. They can't do any research or engineering. They have to fundraise and to close customers. Burr said, the capital is here. The capital is here to build great tech companies in Canada. If you can't find the capital, maybe it's more about your idea than it is about the capital. Then this guy, Yoshua Bengio, scientist, godfather of AI, he talks about manipulating people. But the reason I quoted here, Quebec Artificial Intelligence Institute, that's Milo. And now he started a company to protect the people. And so that's what I wanted to say. Let me turn on the comments. Giuseppe says, no, I'm not selling. Good. Donna said, I started buying Railtown March 22. Wow. That's a long time now. Good, you're holding. Ward says, that's it, Donna. Hold, hold, hold. Ward said, that is interesting, Donna. How did you come across RT? And was he polite to you? D. Gordon says, hold your stock. 808 says hello from Hawaii. And that's about it. D finishes up on a happy note, literally. It's 6:05. I guess I didn't offend enough people today, so I'll sign off before I do. I'm sorry about that. I don't do that on purpose. I don't do it on purpose. So anyway, um, let's pray for the people in Jamaica, Cuba, Bahamas, Bermuda, some of the people in Bermuda. And um, I think it's important to pray for peace in the world because right now I think Putin wants peace and I think Trump is distracted. And if those two guys could get together, I think there'd be peace. And let's pray for that. I wish all of you peace tonight, and we'll talk tomorrow. Cheers.